I think stony. This my mother, then your skin start bleed. So don't bother mess with my mommy, with my mommy, with my mommy. If I take your bad, say you're better than she. If the girl go back, long time them don't eat. Rap on, pop off, make you move like freak. They say them a gangster, but so is mommy. They gon' put hands on the chick. They gon' put hands on me. I was watching when I'm coming through the door. What I'ma do, they ain't prepared for. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shots, we go longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk, but they real done dada. Put body in a pot, them a bun like rubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here inside, everybody need ammo. 16 shots, we go shut out any bladder. Be mother than Brian Movie. This my mother, then you lip won't speak. So don't bother mess with my mommy, with my mommy, with my mommy. Jerry, let's take your bad, say your mother on me. No things are gonna start at night, you won't sleep. Pop and cut off, make you look like creep. Them say them a bad girl, but girl them no be. They gon' put hands on the chick. They gon' put hands on me. I was watching when I'm coming through the door. What I'ma do, they ain't prepared for. If them think them a man get 2 shot. If them feel them a done get 3 shot. If them take me for they hot get 4 shot. This a copper shot, more that get 5 shot. Fit anybody within them mud shit. And top you must drop. If you hear up the top out the door, bullets gon' hit you wherever you are. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shot, we got longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk, but the real done not up. Body in a pot, them a bun like grubber. No. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shots, we go longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk, but they real done dada. Put body in a pot, them a bun like grubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here inside, everybody need ammo. 16 shots, we go shut out any bladder. You gotta be better than a king stony. This my mother, then your skin start bleed. So don't bother mess with my mommy, with my mommy, with my mommy. If I take your bad, say you're better than she. If the girl go back, long time them don't eat. Rap on, pop off, make you move like freak. They say them a gangster, but so is mommy. They gon' put hands on the chick. They gon' put hands on me. I was watching when I'm coming through the door. What I'ma do, they ain't prepared for. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shots, we go longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk, but they real done dada. Put body in a pot, them a bun like rubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here inside, everybody need ammo. 16 shots, we go shut out any bladder. Bitch, my mother, you know. You coulda be mother than Brian Movie. This my mother, then you lip won't speak. So don't bother mess with my mommy, with my mommy, with my mommy. Jerry, let's take your bad, say your mother on me. No things are gonna start at night, you won't sleep. Pop and cut off, make you look like creep. Them say them a bad girl, but girl them no be. They gon' put hands on the chick. They gon' put hands on me. I was watching when I'm coming through the door. What I'ma do, they ain't prepared for. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shots, we go longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk, but they real done dada. Put body in a pot, them a bun like rubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here inside, everybody need ammo. 16 shots, we go shut out any bladder. If them think them a man get 2 shot. If them feel them a done get 3 shot. If them take me feel they hot get 4 shot. This a copper shot, no that get 5 shot. For anybody within them mud street. And top you must drop. If you hear up that talk out the door, bullets gon' hit you wherever you are. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shot, we got longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk about the real done nut up. Body in a pop, them a bun like grubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here ain't safe, everybody need armor. 16 shot, we got shot at any bladder. No girl can't tell me about my mother. 16 shot, we got longer than a ladder. Them nothing talk about the real done nut up. Body in a pop, them a bun like grubber. No boy can't diss me or my mother. Round here ain't safe, everybody need armor. 16 shot, we got shot at any bladder.
At Circle K, $1 can get you the freshest cup of coffee in the world right now. And now, and now. See, every cup of Circle K coffee is ground fresh, right when you want it. That means for a teeny tiny perfect second, your cup is actually honestly fresher than any other. So, whether you're craving coffee now or now, you'll get the freshest cup in the world at Circle K. Every cup ground fresh, starting at $1 at Circle K. Limited time only at
Some days you're the only thing I know. Only thing that's burning when the nights grow cold. Can't look away, can't look away. Beg you to stay, yeah. Sometimes you're a stranger in my bed. Don't know if you love me or you want me dead. Push me away, then beg me to stay, yeah. Call me in the morning to apologize. Every little lie gives me butterflies. Something in the way looking through my eyes. Don't know if I'm gonna make it out alive. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Some days you're the best thing in my life. Sometimes when I look at you, I see my wife. Then you turn into somebody I don't know. And you push me away, yeah. Call me in the morning to apologize. Every little lie gives me butterflies. Something in the way looking through my eyes. Don't know if I'm gonna make it out alive. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Blood on my shirt, a rose in my hand. You're looking at me like you don't know who I am. Blood on my shirt, heart in my hand, still beating. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever
Don't miss a moment. Live TV from 70 plus channels. YouTube TV. Start streaming now.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Ain't nothing like me.
What's up with the beat?
Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me. Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me. I'm fucking on racks. I something light, ho, 10 on my wrist and on my neck, that's a light show. Check on my stats, I'm tryna blow like a Tahoe. Racks on my jeans and never seen it, used to joke low. Uh-oh, just got a coupe, came from a kick down, 10 toe down, he makes it, I'll spend a check on him. Flexed up, wrist in my jeans, just like a rock star. Dub in the stash, another 50 in the go yard. Do all the stop, now I'm sliding with the foes on. Folks mad, I just sit on the store run. All the sights are on my neck like the cold rush. Killers with me and they hopping on a spinner bus. Spill a mile, we was up, ain't no taming us. Just not this bitch on the road and she ran it up. Spill a mile, we was up, ain't no taming us. Just not this bitch on the road and she ran it up. Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me. Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me.
Pull a knot out her cock and I'm stripping. Better keep your eye on her cause the bitch gon' go miss. How the fuck you get pop, you had a biscuit. The car note that I'm shipping had me ready to flip shit. Go ahead, drop that pen, wanna get wicked. It's an F&N, wanna come to straps, I got addictions. Wanna come to punkos, nigga, yeah, I be pimp. Got a bitch in a lot right now, bringing me a McChicken. And on top of that, the bitch hand me a trap. From back was a cookie sack in my strap. Look, bitch, you being defiant and all that talking back, bitch is gon' lead to violence. Say something.
Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me. Ain't never seen a bag, you ain't nothing like me. You diamonds on me, dance 30 on my white tee. I do a bitch cold, she like Mooey trifling. Her ex nigga broke, he ain't nothing like me. What?
Like the way she work, yeah. She always puts me first, yeah. And I know I've been around, but I swear you got the best on earth, yeah.
I got drip on the floor and it's getting nasty. He ain't keeping his hands up off my ass cheeks. I got something to give him, and if he asks me, I'm not feeling up, baby, I let him gas me.
Her ass fatter than fat, and she got good throw. Sit that cat on my lap, I give it good strokes. I might have to fly out to Mykonos, or maybe to Japan so I can hit her like a Michiro. She knows what the fuck is up, I don't gotta dumb it down. Tatted like Rihanna, pussy singing like it's run to town. I love her, she's a freak. I promise if I could, I'd fuck her 7 days a week. Face from the Middle East, ass from the West Indies. Sucking the soul up out of my body, rest in peace. Head got me wobbling, she know I got cameras. She said we should vlog it, I know she got stamina. She said start jogging. Like the way she work, yeah. She always puts me first, yeah. And I know I've been around, but I swear you got the best on earth, yeah.
I got drip on the floor and it's getting nasty. He ain't keeping his hands up off my ass cheeks. I got something to give him, and if he asks me, I'm not feeling up, baby, I let him gas me. Light me up, light me up. Light me up, I done seen the whole world and they knowing that hot as us. Bank rolls, dank roll, they ain't really as loud as us. I be hoping that it's love, but it really just be the lust. Anything for a rush now. It's Van Nuys on the touchdown. It's a cold world, get a bust down. How you get my mind before my body and my trust now? He said life is too short and he think that we should fuck now. I think I'm finna break him, it's gonna be quick. He know I ride that dick till I get seasick. Wavy little bitch that talk that E shit. Nasty, but don't put nothing past me. Now I got the pussy and the power if you ask me.
The way she work, hey, she always puts me first, hey. And I know I've been around, but I swear you got the best on earth, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I got drip on the floor and it's getting nasty. He ain't keeping his hands up off my ass cheeks. I got something to give him, and if he asks me, I'm not feeling up, baby, I let him gas me.
My bro, you know this Vic Mud film about to be official.
Nice.
606.
Yeah. You watching a Vic Mud film.
Make them hoes shake that ass on this motherfucker. Watch this. Shake that ass, bitch. Let me see how you shake it. The way you turn me up when you walk around naked. That money get the flying ass popping like bacon. She let me in that pussy, I'ma kill it like Jason. Got a brown skin girl, yeah, and her name Jada. Gave all her love to a pussy, but the boy tried to play her. She pay her bills, go to work. Know that girl not lazy, and plus that ass got fatter since she had that baby. And a nigga playing ball like I signed to the Lakers. When a nigga get them pounds, I got half for the 80. Bitch, I'm thuggin' like Lil Boosie, I ain't need no cable. Telling people come and get me, put D-Nice on the label. Got these strippers showing titties, shaking ass on the table. You make 2 bands in one night, them other hoes gon' hate you. Had a crush on Britney, I was fucking Mercedes. Mercedes kinda crazy, I might make her my baby. And I'm all about a sack, Ray Lou with the Ravens. Whole time niggas hoes, I knew that boy was a hater. We'll pull up on his block and leave him shot like a taser. I ain't running with a knife, but he got sliced with a razor. Yeah, you right as Lil D-Nice and ho, I'm hotter than Phoenix. Yo, bitch like me cause I'm icy, she gon' lick on my penis. Young and dumb and full of combo, with that hair she a genius. Hit from the back and make her run, and after that she won't see me. Caught a case when I was young, they put my face on the TV. But my lawyer was a monster, fought that bitch and I beat it. The way I'm snapping on my own, I know they cannot believe it. Made a song for shaking ass and mixed it up with some street shit. Yeah. Mixed it up with some street shit. Made a song for shaking ass and mixed it up with some street shit, bitch. Mixed it up with some street shit. Made a song for shaking ass and mixed it up with some street shit. And I'm talking my shit. All these niggas, they be hoes, they ain't hit no lick. Bitch, I'm talking my shit. All these niggas, they be hoes, they ain't hit no lick. And it's free Lil Man Man, hey, hey. And it's free Big Man Man, hey, hey. And June coming home, hey, hey. Uncle G coming home, hey, hey.
It's in Ellie Chopper, my new project, Kyra, is now streaming on YouTube. Let's get it.
Yo, was geht ab, meine Bangers und Bangarinas? Das ist mein neuer Track. Buche Bitches mit guten Titten. Ich will sie nach dem Shooting ficken. Alter Mann lutsch bei Jugendlichen, damit sie dir Feature-Spuren schicken. Am Strand Bolivien-Fotos, verbrenne die Kalorien mit Coco. Komme mit nem Rambock wie die Soko, aber in nem Lamborghini Horus. Ich komme im Schwarz so wie die Panther, schwarz wie das Lamborghini-Lenkrad. Heroin aus Bangkok nach Atlanta, Blut, ich bin Narco wie Griselda. Yeah, niemals in nem Fiat. Bitches hat sich rentiert. Heute fahr ich ein Stier.
keep the light. I'm turning into darkness. You'd be my escape. What have we been told? Easy to unfold. Future might seem every spot we getting close. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me? We won't leave it to chance. We can't wait our romance. We'll never be the same Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again.
doing it all for the thrill. I'm doing it all for the thrill. I'm doing it all for the thrill. You know I'm loving it like you was real. Doing it, 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 doing it out for the thrill. Doing it out for the thrill.
do I deny? This is giving, I'm giving to the world as the world turns around. These rivers flow uphill. Please don't take it all away. Persona, persona. Until more is found by my own two eyes. Why can't we hide? This is breaking and breaking optimism until my soul outshines like a raging fire. Don't you deny persona, persona.
memories of a broken home. Mama's crying on the telephone, crying out 'cause the money's gone. It always seems like there's something wrong. This I swear is more than I can bear. All your greed, you get everything from everyone. You cross the line, I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I've just been sitting here thinking, could my whole world just disappear? I feel like I've died again. Bloody knuckles, broken picture frames, shattered childhood memories. Yes, I swear it's more than I can bear. All your greed took everything from everyone. You crossed the line, I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. I will not be broken down from all of the pain you caused. I pick myself off the ground. I will not be giving up. I've made up my mind. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been down for so long with no place to call my You crossed the line. I've been beaten, broken down inside. I've been crawling so long with no place to go. With no place
In her heart there's a hole, there's a black mark on her soul. In her hands is my heart, and she won't let go till it's scarred. Try to breathe, but I can't, 'cause the air she feeds me is damned. Got a touch like a thorn, 'cause the girl she's hiding horns. She got blood cold as ice and a heart made of stone, but she keeps me alive. She's the beast in my bones. She gets everything she wants when she gets me alone, like it's nothing. She got two little horns and they give me a little. She got two little horns and they give me a little. She's a fire in the sand, and I burn breathing her in. Now it's love suicide, and I'll sell my soul for the high. Truth be told, I don't mind, 'cause her hell's my paradise. She can crush every hole, got her heels stomping down my throat. She got blood cold as ice and a heart made of stone, but she keeps me alive. She's the beast in my bones. She gets everything she wants when she gets me alone, like it's nothing. She got two little horns and they give me a little bit. She got two little horns and they give me a little bit.
She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. She got horns like a devil pointed at me, and there's nowhere to run from the fire she breathes. Horns like a devil pointed at me. She got
approaching station.
I know that we are far from waking saints, and I know we all bleed the same. Alone in the dead night, this room's a burn.
worst is letting go. Tonight, we face ourselves tonight. Defending from tonight. The war begins tonight. I'm trying again, yeah. Every single step I take, but I know we all bleed the same. My will has been paralyzed. These chemicals control me. But I know there's always a price to pay. Welcome to this nightmare. The worst is letting go. Tonight, we face ourselves tonight. Defending from tonight. The war begins tonight. I'm trying again, yeah. Tonight, we face ourselves tonight. Defending from tonight. The war begins tonight. I'm trying again, yeah. I'm not forgiven. It's time for a night. We lost our vision. We're living a lie. So stop pretending that we're buried alive. We must keep digging. It's how we survive. Until we survive. Tell me up and you say it's all for the best. I will show you the way. It's not how it's done, at least not for me. 'Cause I need my freedom like I need my air to breathe and die.
911, what's the nature of your emergency?
On December 5th, 2019, in Miramar, Florida, 911 calls flooded the Broward County Sheriff's Office from people who found themselves in the middle of a highway shootout. The incident happened during rush hour traffic, leaving innocent bystanders to try to dodge bullets between police and two suspects in a hijacked UPS truck. Authorities only released short segments of each call, showing how calm and matter-of-fact the callers were, some calling from the scene and some from their homes after they later realized their cars had bullet holes. The incident left a total of 4 people dead in its wake, including the 2 suspects, 41-year-old Lamar Alexander and 41-year-old Ronnie Jerome Hill.
I didn't hear them, I didn't see them. I'm inside of a business and my coworkers are running, so I locked my suite and I'm in the dark. But I was able to have my phone in my hand.
While they were shooting, his vehicle was right in front of the UPS truck while they were shooting, and the bullets hit his car.
And ma'am, is he injured in any way?
He is not injured. When the bullet came through the car, he laid backwards so that he didn't get hit.
Okay, and you said there's multiple bullet wounds, bullet holes in his car?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 5, 6 shots.
Wow, that was crazy, man.
And is anyone injured? Are you injured?
No, thank God. Bullets crossed all the way through my daughter's car seat, but she wasn't here, thank God.
All right, so while the police chase was happening, long story short, my car was the car that ended up right next to the UPS driver. So shots started getting fired and I was able to wiggle my way out of that situation. But now, hours later, I'm at home and I just discovered that I think I have bullet shot holes on my car.
The incident initially started when Lamar and Ronnie robbed a jewelry store called Regent Jewelers in the nearby city of Coral Gables. While robbing the store, one of the robbers fired his weapon into the ground and the bullet ricocheted and struck a store worker, leaving her injured. The jewelry store manager then chased the men out of the store. Then, after trying to get away in a U-Haul, Lamar and Ronnie ditched the U-Haul, then carjacked a UPS truck. After hijacking the UPS truck and taking its driver hostage on a high-speed chase with police, the suspects were able to drive about 25 miles away while hopping curbs and maneuvering around traffic and police along the way. About an hour after the initial robbery, the chase ended at a busy intersection and the UPS truck became boxed in by rush hour traffic. The shootout began with more than 40 police and emergency vehicles being involved. As officers exited their vehicles to approach the suspects, they had to use surrounding cars as human shields. Several of the 911 callers reported they had bullet holes in their car, with one man saying a bullet went through his daughter's car seat, which was thankfully unoccupied at the time. A total of 19 officers from 5 different agencies fired at the UPS truck, and it's unclear who began shooting first. But during the shootout, the 2 suspects were shot and killed, along with the driver of the UPS truck, 27-year-old Frank Ordonez, and 70-year-old Richard Cutshaw. It's also unclear whose bullets killed Frank and Richard. Relatives of Frank said he had been substituting for a colleague who had called out from work that day, and it was his first time driving the UPS truck alone. He was the father of 2 young girls, ages 3 and 5, and his family described him as outgoing and happy. 70-year-old Richard was driving home from the job that he loved, caught in the crossfire during the shootout, and shot in his car while waiting at the intersection. He was within a couple years of retirement, and his family has since hired a lawyer to look into his death, hoping it will not be something that's just swept under the rug. Many people, especially the victims' relatives, questioned why the cops would choose to fire so many bullets at the UPS truck, knowing the innocent driver was inside, and why they would put other innocent drivers at risk during the rush hour traffic. Former Development of Housing and Urban Development official Brandon Friedman described the shootout as appalling. He said the police department should be held accountable for, quote, choosing to assault the vehicle in the middle of stopped rush hour traffic, end quote, and using occupied vehicles as human shields. At this time, the Coral Gables Police Department has declined to comment, and the FBI has not responded to any inquiries. In Concord, North Carolina, on December 28, 2019, a 911 call was made reporting a fight outside the entrance of Dave & Buster's, a popular arcade, bar, and restaurant. Then minutes later, several 911 calls were made reporting there were now gunshots heard in the same shopping center at the Concord Mills Mall. One of the callers said they saw who they believe was the shooter, describing him as a black man wearing a hoodie with red and white checkers, and that they heard at least 15 gunshots. When officers arrived on scene, they found 13-year-old Aviana Probst suffering from a gunshot wound, and she would later be pronounced dead at the scene as a result of her injuries. 2 other male juveniles, one 15 years old and one 16, suffered non-life-threatening gunshot wounds and were treated at local medical facilities.
Careers County 911.
They're shooting outside of Dave & Buster's at Concord Mills. The suspect is a black man wearing a hoodie. It's red and white checkered. I believe it is a Ohio State hoodie. He's got the gun tucked in his pants now. Everybody's running.
Okay. Okay. Do you know where he's heading?
It was out toward the parking lot. Out toward, like, the Sun Sea and Lodge area, the outdoor store.
Okay. All right. We have deputies starting that way, okay?
Shots were fired. All right. About 15 shots were fired.
Okay. Do you know if anybody was hit?
I don't. I moved away.
Okay.
I see an officer burning it up.
Okay. They're coming to you guys, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Bye. I'm a Cabarrus County 911.
Yes, they said we're shooting at Concord Mills.
Yes, ma'am. We have them out there, okay? Cabarrus County 911.
Yes, someone is starting to but Concord Mills. I need an ambulance here ASAP.
Somebody was shot? Okay, we got him starting that way, okay? Okay, we got him coming to you.
Thank you.
Cabarrus County 911.
Hi, I'm calling to report a shooting at Dave & Buster's at Concord Mills.
Yes, sir. We have everybody coming to you in the EMS too, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. 911.
Hi, I just wanted to report a shooting at Concord Mills.
Yes, ma'am. We have everybody coming to you.
Okay, well, I was ducking right by where the shooter was. He is a black male, probably like 15 and 18, in a red and white checkered hoodie.
Okay, do you know where he went?
He's outside of the Sealy.
Outside of where?
The mattress store right by the Sealy mattress store by Steak and Shake.
That's where he's at now?
Yeah, that's where he's at now.
Okay, all right, we have him coming to you. Okay.
It was unknown at first if Aviana was involved in the initial fight at the mall, but it was later found she wasn't connected to the incident. It was just an innocent bystander that was struck by a stray bullet. On New Year's Day, 3 days after her death, the suspect involved in the shooting, 18-year-old Dante Black, was finally arrested. After the arrest, investigators say they believe Dante was in a verbal altercation with an unidentified 16-year-old boy in the mall. When the group of teens were asked to leave, Dante went out one entrance and the 16-year-old left through Dave & Buster's because he feared Dante had a gun after seeing him messing with something in his clothes. When Dante saw the 16-year-old exiting Dave & Buster's in the parking lot, police say he began firing in his direction, but the bullets ended up striking Aviana and the 2 other teens who were not involved. The day after Dante was arrested, police announced they arrested another teen who was an acquaintance of Dante and believed to be involved in the shooting as well, but his name and mugshot were not released as he is only 15 years old. Dante was charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and felony riot for the shooting of Aviana Probst and is being held at the Cabarrus County Jail facing death or life without parole, and the 15-year-old suspect was arrested on the same charges. Aviana was an 8th grader at Ace Academy Public Charter School and was set to graduate this year. She enjoyed singing, dancing, cheerleading, and basketball, among many other things, and was known for her kindness towards others with a personality that would light up a room. A memorial was held for her on January 3rd, where many people went to mourn her death, but also celebrate her life. The next day, friends and family attended her funeral, where they were able to say their final goodbyes and pack the church and share photos and memories of the young teen. Her family says they are grateful for the Concord police for apprehending the suspects quickly, and even though it will not bring Aviana back, they are hopeful justice will be served. On January 22, 2019, in Ernle, North Carolina, the grandmother of 3-year-old Casey Hathaway calls 911 to report him missing. She states the 3-year-old and 2 other children were playing in the backyard at her home, but when the other 2 children came back inside, Casey wasn't with them. After looking around the house and surrounding woods for about 45 minutes and not being able to find Casey, his grandmother made her call to 911.
January 22nd, 2019, 14 hours, 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Craven County 911, where's your emergency? 200 Toller Road. 200 Toller Road? Yes. Okay, and what's going on there? We lost my 2-year-old grandson who has walked in the woods back there and we can't find him. 3-year-old grandson. Okay, so who's there with them? His little sister. And you said his 3-year-old? Yeah, he's 3. Okay. The girls come to the house and left him there, and he's walked off somewhere, and we can't find him. Okay, but you're not there in the house now? I'm at the house, yeah. Okay, and how long ago do you know he walked in there? It's been at least 45 minutes, because we've been looking all in the woods for him. And it's behind your house? Huh? Is it directly behind your house? Yeah. Well, on the side, yeah. Is he a white, black? He's white. Do you know what he was wearing? Probably a black little coat. A black coat? Yeah. Okay. Does he usually do this? Huh? Does he usually do this? No. Was he wearing pants? Yeah, he had pants. Was it jeans? Yeah, I think so. Okay. You said about 45 minutes to go? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Is it a big area of woods behind your house? Yeah, it's pretty big. I think you've been out there looking for him? Yes. What is it? Yeah. Okay. Alright, we got a deputy headed to you, okay? And you said 45 minutes directly behind your house or side? Yeah. Okay. Are you feeling that we have some deputies headed that way, okay? Okay. Alright, thank you.
January 22nd, 2019, 14 hours, 12 minutes, 28 seconds.
The search for the missing toddler brought in 600 volunteers, the FBI, U.S. Marines, divers, NCIS, and sheriffs across 12 counties. Even through the heavy rain, gusty winds, and low visibility, Sheriff Hughes said they would not stop searching for Casey until he was found. For the next 2 days after Casey was reported missing, professional searchers, helicopters, and K-9 units with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children spent hours covering 1,000 acres of woods, ponds, and surrounding areas. The terrain was treacherous, and by nightfall, the temperatures dropped below freezing, so at one point, the search was called off for safety reasons and then resumed the next day. It was reported that Casey wasn't dressed properly for the extreme temperatures, and his family and authorities were worried for his safety. Then after 2 nights and 3 days of searching, a local resident called in a tip reporting that while she was walking her dogs, she could hear what she thought was a child's voice coming from the woods nearby. Shane Greer, the captain of Chocowinity EMS, went searching in the woods where the voice was reportedly heard, then began to hear the child's voice calling for their mother. Greer followed the voice, and finally, he stumbled upon Casey about 40 to 50 yards into some woods, tangled in vines and thorns. Greer said Casey was cold but responsive, and considering the conditions, he was doing very well and was transported by EMS to a local hospital with cuts and bruises, but seemed to be otherwise unharmed. It was reported that he spent his days in the hospital watching Netflix and eating chicken nuggets. While Casey was in the emergency room, he offered up an interesting detail about his time in the woods, saying he had a friend that kept him company, that friend being a black bear. Authorities have said there are bears in the woods of Craven County, but there's no evidence to prove one was with Casey. Whether the bear was real or part of Casey's imagination, his family says all that matters is that something was there to comfort him during the 3 days he was missing. They are grateful for the efforts of the volunteers and search parties coming together and for a happy outcome in the case. On October 9th, 2018, in Atlanta, Georgia, a woman called 911 to report she saw what she thought was a suspicious man accompanied with 2 children, telling the dispatcher she got a funny feeling and was concerned for the children's safety. She gave a description of the man, saying he was black and that the 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl, were white. As the woman was talking with the dispatcher, she disclosed she was following the man and continued to do so even after the dispatcher advised her not to.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi there. I'm in the Walmart parking lot at Barrett Parkway, and I just got my nails done, and I see this black gentleman with these 2 little white kids, and so I just had a funny feeling. And so I rode around, and I just came back, and I said, I saw the girl get in, and then the little boy, and I said, are these kids okay? You know these kids? And he goes, why wouldn't I? And I said, I don't know. Let me see the little girl. He goes, no. And I said, well, let me just see the little girl and see if she knows you. It could be nothing, but I'm not sure. And I figured, well, let me call up. And again, if I didn't do this, I would be up all night.
Did you want to meet with a police officer?
Well, I'd like somebody to come and look at this guy to make sure that he knows these kids. He just got gas, and now he's pulling away. Should I follow him?
No, I recommend not following him.
I think he knows I'm watching him. I'm right behind him. And if I'm wrong, that's great. I'm thrilled. But if I'm not, then these kids are okay. And maybe he knows their mom. I don't know. But I don't know that he knows them.
What the woman didn't know was that the man, 27-year-old Corey Lewis, was the children's babysitter and longtime family friend and had been given permission to care for the children that day. Corey was watching the 2 children when they went to a Walmart in Marietta, Georgia, where they got some food, then stopped at a gas station to fill up the car. Corey first came into contact with the woman in the Walmart parking lot, where she approached his car and asked if the children were all right and if she could speak to them. Corey refused to let her speak with them and asked the woman why the children wouldn't be all right. He got back into his car and drove to the gas station and began documenting the incident on Facebook Live, noticing the woman was keeping her distance, yet still following them. He said he knew why the woman was suspicious because he had 2 children with him that didn't look like him. Instead of bringing the children back to their house and being understandably upset and concerned, He started driving the children to his house where he knew people would be outside while the woman followed him the whole way. As Corey pulls into the driveway, a Cobb County police officer arrives and tells Corey he has to perform a wellness check and instructs the children to get out of the car.
I'm being followed and harassed, that's what's up.
So apparently she felt like she saw you at
I was at Walmart, yeah. I got two kids on babysitting. We ate at Subway at Walmart. We got some gas. She pulled up talking about are the kids okay? Why wouldn't they be okay? No one's yelling, no one's screaming, no one's trying to run away. She left, came back, and said, ask to see the little girl so she can ask her if she knows who I am. Yeah. Alright? And then I went over to get some gas at Murphy's. She came back there. She stayed there. That's crazy.
I know.
I mean, why? To fulfill her?
No, it's just something like this. At this point, I was like, just like an okay check, just make sure everything's alright.
Oh, they gotta step out?
Yeah.
Please explain to the officer who Mr. Lewis is, please. White kids being with one black male.
No, yeah.
Suspicious.
The children's parents, David Parker and Dana Mango, got a phone call from the officer to verify Corey had permission to be with their children, which said left them in a state of disbelief and feeling horrible for Corey. Dana said the officer was apologetic, thinking he saw what was happening pretty quickly and let Corey go after he realized everything was alright. The mother said her children were actually frightened for Corey when the officer questioned him, saying they were scared that they would say the wrong thing and cause him to get arrested. Sadly, this isn't the first time a person of color has had to defend themselves after being deemed suspicious for doing mundane things such as playing golf, cashing a check, or even hosting a barbecue. Like Corey did, other people in similar situations started to document these incidents on social media, videos of which can easily be found online, helping to gain national attention of the issue. Corey runs his own Marietta-based child care and mentoring business called Inspired by Lewis and says he works with children all the time, even on his days off. His clientele is mainly white, but up until this incident, it had never occurred to him that would give someone a reason to call the police on him. He says he is pursuing a master's degree in child and adolescent development to fulfill his dream of specializing in the psychosocial development of today's youth and will not let this experience hold him back from his work. In Mesa, Arizona on October 27, 2019, 5-year-old Charlie made an urgent call to 911. He asked the dispatcher an important question with a simple request, but then hung up a few moments later. The dispatcher called the number right back and began speaking with Charlie again, where he then asked if he could talk to the boy's father.
Hello, 911?
Hi, is this McDonald's?
McDonald's?
Yes, is this McDonald's?
No, this is the Mesa Police Department. Do you have an emergency?
Can I get one with a Happy Meal?
A Happy Meal?
Bye.
Hello, are you there? Hey, this is Anthony.
No.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Who are you? McDonald's.
Hello?
What? Hi.
This is Anthony with the Mesa Police. Is your mom or dad there?
Oh, here. Is this... Yeah, my mom and dad are here.
Can you put them on the...
Wait 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Dad.
Hello? Hey, this is Anthony with the Mesa Police Department. We received several calls from this location. We just wanted to confirm that there was no emergency.
No, sorry, I don't know. The kids must have had the phone.
Yeah, it was, he kind of made my day. Was that your son?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was asking me if I was McDonald's and if he can get a Happy Meal.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, so we'll probably still have an officer head out there for a welfare check. Who knows? Maybe he'll stop by McDonald's. I don't know. But
no, that's fine. No. Oh my gosh.
After the dispatcher talked to Charlie's father, he still had to send an officer to the home for a welfare check to make sure everything was fine. According to Charlie's mom, Kim, the family was getting ready for a Halloween party when the phone rang. She didn't realize at first what Charlie had done, saying she and her husband were shocked and kind of embarrassed when the 911 dispatcher called back and spoke to Charlie's dad. When Scott Valdez, the officer who was dispatched, arrived at the family home, he had a special surprise for Charlie, walking up with a Happy Meal in his hands. Charlie, a sweet and kind preschooler known for putting others ahead of himself, was excited to share the Happy Meal with his sister. His mother said when she saw what was in the box, a plain cheeseburger with just ketchup, she realized her son had ordered food for his 6-year-old sister Jaden. Not knowing if he was in trouble, Charlie was shy at first, but when Officer Valdez gave him the Happy Meal, the two quickly became buddies. But the officer wasn't just delivering food. He used the opportunity to also talk with Charlie about when it's appropriate to call 911. Kim said they were appreciative of how the officer handled the situation and says the family hopes Officer Valdez's extra effort will be an example for people to always be kinder to each other.
Call started on Friday, March 6, 2015 at 14 hours 11 minutes and 17 seconds.
911.
Just a minute, please.
Do you need police or ambulance there?
Yes, ma'am. This is serious.
Okay. Do you need police or an ambulance?
Would you shut up and listen to me for a second? I'm trying to get you on my speakerphone so I can hear you. And yes, ma'am, this is serious.
Okay.
Oh, stupid phone. Ma'am, I will call you back.
Do you need the police or an ambulance there?
Yeah. I will call you back.
What is your name?
Call started on Friday, March 6, 2015 at 14 hours 12 minutes and 48 seconds.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, can I help you?
My name is Charles Hendricks Foster. And, I am about ready to kill my wife.
What's your
This
address?
is not a joke. Shut up and listen to me.
Okay, first I need your address and then I'll shut up.
Shut up and listen. I'm not kidding, ma'am. I deserve to go to jail for murder. I want to kill her.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Tell me your name again.
Pardon me, ma'am?
Your name?
Oh, my name is... How stupid can you people get? My name is Charles Hendricks Foster.
How do you spell your...
And I'm giving you my name. You want my address?
Yeah.
5601 apartment, Ferndale, Washington.
What street?
You have that? You send a cop out here right now. Please.
Okay.
I want to hurt this woman real bad.
What's her name?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Yes.
Whatever. Come on, lady. At least talk to me.
I'm trying to help you, but I'm having a hard time hearing everything that you're saying. Your phone has kind of an echo. Have you been Your phone has an echo. Have you been drinking?
My phone has an echo.
Yeah. Have you been drinking or using any?
Nothing about that.
Okay. Have you been drinking or using any drugs?
Okay. What would you like me to do?
Answer the question. Have you been drinking or using any drugs?
No.
Okay. Where is your wife right now?
She's sitting right next to me.
Okay. What's her name?
Jill. Chorus.
Have you done anything to physically hurt her yet?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What have you done?
I punched her in the face because I really want to kill her right now because she's a f***ing drunk.
Okay.
No, we have not been drinking. We have not been anything. She's just, I'm crazy. Whatever you want to call it, I'm crazy. I don't care. I want her dead. You understand that, ma'am?
I do. I'm getting you help.
I want her dead.
I understand, and I'm getting you help. Do you have any weapons in your home?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Do you have any weapons in your home?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm having trouble understanding you.
Okay.
Do I have a what in my home?
Like a gun?
You know what? Just send a f***ing cop out here and let it go at that. Bye-bye.
Hey, sir.
Call started on Friday, March 6, 2015 at 14 hours, 17 minutes and 0 seconds.
Hello? Hi. It's 911.
Hello?
Hi, it's 911. You disconnected, and I just wanted to talk.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble understanding you.
Okay.
Just hang on.
Okay.
Are you with the police department?
I work at the 911 center.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Send a cop out here before I kill my wife.
Okay, I don't want you to do that, so I want to... is there any way that you can go outside to wait for police?
I don't have time for games. Just send
a
police officer or two out here because I'm really pissed off at my wife.
Okay.
And I want to hurt her.
Sir?
Do you understand my request?
I understand, and you listen to me now, okay? I'm sending police, talking to me. The police are on their way.
Oh, good.
Okay? And when you talk, sir, I have questions to ask you. Does anyone there need an ambulance?
Okay, what do you want to know?
Does anyone there need an ambulance?
Pardon me?
Do you need an ambulance?
No, I don't know what you're saying, ma'am.
Medics? Do you need medics?
It's very simple. It's very simple.
Okay.
Listen to me very carefully.
Will you go outside and talk to the police? I'm listening to you.
I want to hurt my wife. I don't everybody else.
Okay, will you go outside to talk to the police, please?
Listen to me. All I want is an officer or two, whatever it takes, to come down here to my apartment, my address, and arrest me. Me.
I know.
My wife. Shut up and listen. I just want to be away from this woman.
Yeah. So, I heard what you said.
You understand that now?
Yes. I want for you to go outside to talk to the police so then you can accomplish your goals.
Me too. Bye.
Bye.
Call ended on Friday, March 6, 2015 at 14 hours, 17 minutes and 0 seconds.
Do you feel like you're a survivor?
Yeah, I shouldn't be alive. I really shouldn't after what happened.
For the first time, Peyton Leichner is talking about that day 5 years ago. 3 12-year-olds at a slumber party, and the next morning, a walk into the woods to play hide and seek.
Do you remember leaving the park to go to the woods?
They just wanted to go on a walk, and I didn't think much of it. It's just a walk. It's in Waukesha. Like, what bad stuff happens in Waukesha, Wisconsin?
Peyton was stabbed 19 times and left for dead by her own friends, who later blamed the fictional character, Slenderman.
Morgan handed me the knife, and then I started to count again. When I was 5 feet away, I said, now, go ballistic, go crazy, stab, 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 stab.
The suspects lured the victim into the woods. All 3 of the girls are 12 years old.
Who's ever heard of 2 12-year-old girls planning for 6 months to kill one of their best friends?
The whole time, Peyton was screaming in agony. I didn't want to do this. I was afraid of what would happen if I didn't.
It's Friday night in Waukesha, Wisconsin, a Milwaukee suburb. Peyton is getting ready to celebrate her best friend Morgan Geyser's birthday at that slumber party.
Peyton was so excited.
The girls met in 4th grade, Peyton drawn to Morgan because she was a loner who needed a friend.
I made friends with her when I saw that she didn't have any friends at all.
Also at that sleepover, Anissa Wire, who was new to the school and who had grown close to Morgan.
They played up in Morgan's bedroom, ran up and down the stairs, giggling and laughing, and I mean, it was just a normal night.
But there was nothing normal about what happened the next morning when Morgan and Anissa suggest they all go to the park and then to the woods together.
Anissa told me to lie on the ground and like cover myself in like sticks and leaves and stuff, but it was really just a trick.
While playing hide and seek, then came Anissa's command, and Morgan attacks Peyton with a knife.
Morgan said, don't be afraid, I'm only a little kitty cat, and jumped on top of Bella and stabbed her repeatedly.
And do you remember when it started?
Kind of. I didn't feel anything because my body was in shock. So they told me to lay down and you'll lose blood slower, like we're gonna go get help.
She tried to get up. Yeah, she tried to get up. She said that she couldn't see, she couldn't walk, and that she couldn't breathe.
And they told her they were going to go get her help, but Anissa flat out said, no, we weren't getting her help. We wanted her to die.
I got up and then just walked until
Bicyclist notices Peyton bloody, lying in the grass. He calls 911. Officer Dan Klein was the first on the scene.
I asked her who did this, and she told me her friend Morgan.
Peyton tells paramedics she's been stabbed.
They asked how long was the knife, and she said that the knife is about like this, and she was talking about the blade, not the handle.
Her mother rushes to the hospital just before Peyton is taken into surgery.
I said, "You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine." But I could see that she was covered. Her arms and her legs and her abdomen, they were covered in stab wounds.
The surgeon treating Peyton told me if the stab wound to the chest had been the width of a human hair deeper, she would not have survived. While Peyton fights for her life, police are searching everywhere for the two girls.
It was about 2:53 in the afternoon. I had gotten a message that the sheriff's department had located the girls on the site of I-94. They were sitting on the side of the freeway.
By the time we found them, they had walked about 5 hours and made it to the north end of our city.
Morgan Geyser and Anissa Wire are brought back to the Waukesha police station for questioning.
Their demeanor was very calm. They seemed kind of meek.
Your parents know that you're here talking to me, okay? And I'm glad they're so glad that you're safe.
I did notice she had a blood stain on the front of her shirt, and she was wearing 2 shirts.
What is your name? Anissa Wire.
Morgan seemed like she was very calm, very relaxed. I mean, she's at a police department and she's covered in blood. And this is like a normal day for her.
You can hear Morgan ask what's happened to Peyton using her nickname, Bella.
Is she dead?
I don't know. She was taken to the hospital.
What? I was just wondering.
It didn't seem like it really concerned her too much if she was dead or alive.
The detectives read the girls their rights.
You have the right to remain silent.
Here in the state of Wisconsin, a child can be interrogated without the presence of their parent or guardian being in the room. At that time, I did not know that.
We find that people are more truthful when they don't have their parents present.
This is going to get me arrested, isn't it?
The interrogations last for hours.
I have a daughter that's almost the same age as her, like she could be my daughter. But then she started saying things that were really very eerie, coming out into what was going on.
So did you guys talk about doing this before?
A man. I didn't know him, but I knew him.
And this is where the story takes another turn to a fictional character on the internet.
There's this website called Creepypasta, which it's full of like horror stories that are meant to horrifically scare you. And there's one of them called Slenderman.
Who's Slenderman?
He's this tall, faceless man who preys on children. At his own will, he can exploit these tendrils from his back and strangle his victims. For Golden Creepypasta Wiki said he targets children most.
Anissa explained to me that to prove yourself worthy to Slender, you would have to kill somebody.
Morgan said you have to kill Bella.
When we come back.
Did you feel bad? They just stabbed one of your best friends.
I thought about it, but then I decided that remorse will get me nowhere. It's easier to live without regrets.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts.
A chilling 911 call was made by a woman after she discovered a decapitated 3-month-old baby.
Ocean Star 911, where's the address of your emergency?
Somebody please send the police. My niece
Okay,
killed her
ma'am.
baby. Please.
What is the
Help
address?
me. 5957 Wildway.
Okay, ma'am.
Lord,
Who-
help me.
Ma'am, who were you just you were just talking to somebody. Who were you just talking to?
My son, he came over here, he found that I was asleep. And he had his kids in to go to school because they go from my house. And he seen the baby on my oh my God, help me.
Ma'am, listen to me. I need you to stop crying, okay? Stop crying. I need you to take a deep breath and tell me what happened.
Ma'am, please send the police right away.
Ma'am, you weren't crying but I heard you talking to him. You were fine. And then when I picked up, you started crying. I need you to tell me what's going on.
Ma'am, I am crying. I'm outside screaming.
What happened?
But he keeps telling me to calm down. I don't
What
know
happened?
All I know is my son came in here and woke me up and said, Mama, the baby's dead. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What I'm going to do because she killed this baby. Oh, God.
Okay, why are you saying she killed the baby?
Because the baby is in the room. Here, talk to my son, brother.
How old is the baby?
The baby is 3 months. Oh, my God. I'm going to jail.
Hello?
What happened?
Police. I don't know. This house is big. I don't know where my little cousin is. So can you please...
Where is the 3-month-old baby?
The baby is on my mama's kitchen counter with his head smashed. Now I need you to please send me.
Okay, is it a male or female?
Know where my little cousin is at. Now if your little girl pop up with a weapon, I'm not gonna have a little cousin no more. So can you please? I know this protocol. Can you please just send the police?
Okay, I need to know what happened to the baby.
I don't know what happened to the baby. I came into the house. She told me. Came into the house. The baby was on the counter. My mom was in the bed asleep. I woke my mom up and we calling you. That's all I know. I don't know nothing else. I have a little cousin. She was here. I don't know.
Okay. Listen to me. Look. Is the baby breathing?
Listen, lady. The baby is deceased.
Okay. All right. We're sending the police and an ambulance. Okay.
Yes, Mama.
What is your name, sir?
Mama. Shut. Hello.
What is your name?
I'm Robert Stewart.
And who is the mother of the child?
Huh?
Who is the mother?
Deasia. What is Deasia's last name? Watch.
Is she there right now?
No, I don't know where she's at. That's the problem. I don't know where this little girl is at. I don't even know if she's in this house. It's a big house. Like, please. I don't want to look for her. So if you please send the police.
Listen to me, sir. We already have the run started, okay?
All right.
So no one has any idea what happened to the child.
Listen, lady, I cannot explain to you what happened because I do not know. Nobody knows. It happened sometime in the middle of the night.
Okay, what do you see when you look at the child?
Look, this lady, I don't want to describe it. The screen is very, very bad. All right, the little baby head is open, open. I'm not going in there to touch nothing because I don't want to mess nothing up. I'm not going in there to look because I already seen it. But it's not. It's very violent. It's a very violent thing. All right, it's very violent.
All right, sir. We have the police and fire department responding out.
All right. I gotta go back to the car because my kids are outside. I don't know where this girl is at. Now, Ma, I need you to either go lock yourself in here or I'm finna go, because I gotta go out here with them. Then come outside, Ma. You gotta pick, because I gotta be out there with them. My kids are scared. I'm not looking nowhere, because if I see her, go ahead. Okay, Mommy, I'm ready to die. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. Miss Stewart.
Yes, can I call my aunt, please?
Okay, can I speak to your mom?
Mom, the lady want to talk to you.
Hello. Okay, ma'am, listen to me, okay? We have help on the way. What do you think happened? What do you think happened? What happened to the baby?
I don't know. My son wouldn't let me go with I don't know. I'm on my knees. Oh my God, I would die.
Something about your daughter killing your baby?
I want to call my daughter. I'm scared.
Okay, so no one can tell me what happened?
No, my knees are scared. Oh my God.
Alright, we have help on the way, okay?
I'm so scared. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Oh my God, they're gonna put me in jail. They're gonna please hurry up. Oh my God. Oh my God. What am I gonna do? Oh my God. What was in my house? What was he doing in my house? Oh my God, Mel. Oh my God.
They're on their way, okay?
Dacia Watkins, who was 20 years old, had gone to bed after decapitating her own baby and repeatedly stabbing her body, leaving the relatives to find the remains of the girl. Watkins' aunt had found the body of the baby, and she's the one who made the call. Family members had said that the mother had been suffering from postpartum depression and was speaking of demons a lot. This is the chilling 911 call of a man named Dom Spirit. Dom shot his daughter and 6 grandchildren before turning the gun on himself.
Gilchrist County 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I just shot my daughter and shot all my grandkids, and I'll be sitting on my step, and then when you get here, I'm going to shoot myself.
What is the address that you're at, sir?
2550 Northwest, 25 Terrace, Don Spirit. Every one of them are dead.
You said your name is Don Spirit?
Yep.
All right, Don, what kind of gun do you have?
It doesn't matter what kind of gun I got. They're all dead, and then when you get here, I'll shoot myself, and then you figure out what kind of gun it is.
How long did this happen, Don?
I don't want to hear it, man. I'm done with every thing. Just bring them out here, that's all. You got all the kids are dead in the house.
Okay, how many people? Okay, how many people?
6 kids, 1 adult.
6 kids and 1 adult?
Yeah. One of them is a baby.
All right, Don. Is there any way you can stay on the phone with me till I get somebody there to help you?
What's that?
Can I have you stay on the phone with me?
No, not that. I'm waiting for them to get here. When they get here, I'm going to shoot myself on my back step. All I'm doing is waiting for them.
Okay, Don.
The bodies of the 6 children were scattered throughout the trailer, and the bodies of Spirit and his daughter were found in different areas outside the trailer. The way he so coldly speaks about what he did is haunting. These are the audio tapes of Omar Martin speaking to the police on the phone after shooting 49 people dead and wounding 68 others in Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida.
Emergency 911, this is Dr. Lines being recorded. What?
I want to let you know I'm in Orlando, and I did the shooting.
What's your name?
My name is, I pledge of allegiance to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi of the Islamic State.
Okay. What's your name?
I pledge my allegiance to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, Hafidullah, on behalf of the Islamic State.
Where are you at?
In Orlando.
Where in Orlando?
Hello there. Hi there, this is Orlando Police. Who am I speaking with, please?
You're speaking with the person who pledged his allegiance to the Islamic State, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, Hafidullah.
Okay, can you tell me where you are right now? So so I can get you some help.
No, because you have to tell America to stop bombing Syria and Iraq. They're killing a lot of innocent people. So what am I to do here when my people are getting killed over there? You get what I'm saying?
I do. I completely get what you're saying. What I'm trying to do is prevent anybody else from getting in.
They need to stop the U.S. airstrikes. They need to stop the U.S. airstrikes, okay?
I understand that.
They need to stop the U.S. airstrikes. You have to tell the U.S. government to stop bombing. They're killing too many children. They're killing too many women.
I understand that. But here's why I'm here right now. I'm with the Orlando Police. Can you tell me what you know about what's going on tonight?
What's going on is that I feel the pain of the people getting killed in Syria and Iraq and all over the Muslim Ummah, okay?
Okay. So, have you done something about that?
Yes, I have.
Tell me what you did, please.
No, you already know what I did.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to keep you safe and how to get this resolved peacefully because I'm not a politician, I'm not a government. All I can do is help individuals, and I'm going to start with helping you.
By the way, there's some vehicles outside that have been bombed, just to let you know. If people are going to get it, and I'm going to ignite it if they try to do anything stupid.
Okay, I understand that, and I'll pass that along. Can you tell me what vehicle? Because I don't want to see anybody get hurt.
No. But I'll tell you this, it can take out a whole city block almost.
I understand that. Tell me, in the club, do you have any injured people with you that you brought with you?
I'm not letting you know nothing.
Well, I'm trying to offer you help.
Well, you need to know that they need to stop bombing Syria and Iraq. The U.S. is collaborating with Russia, and they're killing innocent women and children, okay?
I hear what you're saying.
My homeboy, Tamerlan Sarnaev, did his thing on the Boston Marathon. My homeboy, Munir Abu Salha, did his thing, okay? So now, it's my turn, okay?
Sunday.
It's shocking to hear somebody who has hurt and killed so many people sound so proud of their actions. He was killed in a shootout with the local police just moments later. A man calls the emergency services after he flips out at his son and stabs him.
Police, what's your emergency?
I've stabbed my son and he's in the bathroom. I don't know if he's alive or dead.
Right, what's your address? Grove, Carrington Street.
Yeah, will you hear, please?
Yes. What's your son called?
He's not, I think he's dead.
How old is he?
He's 26.
What, and you stabbed him?
We had an argument and I didn't mean to.
Don't worry, I'm going to help you. Just don't put the phone down because I need to ask you some questions.
I didn't mean it, I got angry.
Right.
I got so angry, I can't believe it.
Okay, what's your name?
Steve Hall.
Steve?
Yeah.
And what's alright, and what's... we're dealing with this as an immediate. They're coming straight away. Just we're going to get you an ambulance as well. Alright. What did you stab him with?
A knife.
A knife?
Yeah.
Right, what sort of knife?
Kitchen knife, you know, the one that you use, what we get in the set.
Right. Alright, just don't worry, my name's Louise. Just stay on the phone with me. We're getting an ambulance. Alright.
I know you.
So you've been arguing?
I guess they argued with me, and then all of a sudden I just clicked. I was sick of it.
Alright.
And I just clicked. I didn't mean it, I just clicked.
Alright. Well, you've done the right thing ringing me, so you stay on the phone with me. Alright. You're alright, Stephen?
Yeah.
to connect me because you want the right boy. I have the service, please.
Yeah, well, hopefully everything will be alright, okay?
The water, because he's not moving.
Sorry?
He's not moving.
He's not moving. Where have you stabbed him? Where have you done it?
He's in the bathroom now.
Yeah, but what?
I did it in the living room and he's in the bathroom.
Right.
About 15 minutes ago.
Whereabouts on his body?
I don't know because he's got caught and I just went like that.
So you stabbed him in the living room? And how did he get in the bathroom?
He walked there. He can't take me with it.
He walked there and did he just collapse?
And then when he hit me, I stabbed him again. I took the first, I should have stabbed him second time. Stabbed him twice.
You stabbed him twice?
Yeah. Please.
Okay. Alright. I know you did. I know you did see her.
Stephen Hall killed his son Keith McGlone with a kitchen knife at their home in Hull. He then realised what he had done, and he immediately called the emergency services to confess, saying, "I just flipped." Stephen Hall was given a life sentence. This next call was placed by the killer's girlfriend's mother. The victim was disemboweled by his classmate.
Okay. Oh my gosh! Nanny!
911, what's the address of the emergency?
1625 Baptist Row, Reading. Please, I've got a kid who's been stabbed. Oh my God! Please, come now! Please, come now! Please! Oh my God!
Ma'am,
what?
Stress.
Okay. I'm in no present
What's the
peace.
phone
His
number
guts
you're
are
calling?
hanging out of his stomach, please.
Ma'am,
It's
listen
very
to me. I am getting help to you. I need you to take a deep breath. What is the phone number you're calling from?
703.
So the suspect that stabbed them is still on scene?
Yes, he's somewhere. I don't know. He's in my house. He's my daughter's boyfriend. Lucas, baby. Lucas, please. Lucas, please. Lucas, oh God. Lucas, are you alive? Yes, you are. Just be easy, baby. Be easy. Please, let's make it. Oh my God.
Is there any serious bleeding, Robin?
Oh God, yes. It's everywhere.
All right, ma'am, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Just stay on the
Thank
line
you.
and I'll tell you exactly
Okay.
what to do next. Did you say that he has the knife still in him?
No, I have the knife.
All right, listen carefully. I want you to lay him
Yes.
flat on his back,
Flat on
the
his back?
ground. Or, yes, ma'am.
He's on his side right now, and his intestines are hanging outside of his body. You want me to lay him on his back?
Yes, is he breathing?
No. He's taking deep, deep breaths.
Okay, so he's breathing.
Yeah, he's breathing.
Okay, I want you to place your hand on his forehead and your other hand under his neck and then tilt the head back. Put your ear next to his mouth.
Oh my God, I can't do this. I cannot do this. He's like disemboweled. I can't. I can't do this. What do you want me to do? I can't put him on his back. Am I supposed to touch his guts? Ma'am?
Ma'am, I just need you to roll him over on his back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, where is the suspect? Inside your house?
He's inside my house with my daughter.
Okay, where has he been stabbed?
He's been stabbed right in his stomach.
The victim was named Lucas Kavanaugh, and he was stabbed because he had sent a Snapchat to the killer's girlfriend. The killer saw this and offered the victim a fight. During the altercation, the killer pulled a knife from his pocket and proceeded to stab the victim in the torso, resulting in death. A jealous husband calls 911 after he strangles his estranged wife as their children slept upstairs. He then made himself a cup of tea while waiting for the police.
Police, what's your emergency?
Yeah, I need police and ambulance.
What for?
Actually, I killed my wife.
You killed your wife?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you kill her?
Pardon?
How did you kill your wife?
issue with his scarf and he hold her neck.
You strangled her with her scarf?
Yeah.
Their marriage had ended, and the victim began to see another man. So he got hold of some keys and let himself in, and then hid himself in a cupboard and waited. The victim, named Nazia Begum, entered the building, and then he strangled her. I can't imagine how terrified she must have been in her final moments. A Florida man who bought a home at an auction got a shocking surprise when he went to look over the property.
Keep call public safety, Stevens.
Hi, this is Officer Brady with the True downstairs. Hey, I just got a call from somebody, just bought a house, and they say there's a dead human body in there, about dead for a long time, so it's not like an emergency, but...
Okay, what's the address? You received a call?
Yeah, he called into ISB, I think, and ISB transferred him to me, and then I'm transferring him to you. We
had them on the line still, or?
Yeah, I'm going to transfer him to you. I think his name is Bill Wilson.
Okay.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Uh-huh, thank you. Bye.
I bought a house at the tax deed auction, and apparently the reason they told us not to pay taxes, the owner died and she couldn't pay her taxes. Nobody ever paid her daughter, so she's still in the house.
The owner of the house. Okay. Are you at the house now?
I can't imagine it would be anyone different. I mean, I can't identify who it is.
Are you in the house now?
I'm outside the house.
Okay, where did you find the person?
It's in the master bedroom.
Okay.
On the floor. Okay, good. I'll have to check it out.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Hold on one moment.
I mean, it's not urgent because...
I understand, yeah. Okay, and your last name?
Wilson.
Wilson?
W-I-L-S-O-N.
First name?
William.
What is it?
William.
Okay, they're on their way, sir. Just stay up front, okay?
The man found a corpse on the bedroom floor of the master bedroom. It's sad that nobody cared enough for the woman to check on her. The house went onto an auction after the woman went missing for 3 years. If you've seen my previous videos, you'll know that something similar has actually happened to a man who bought a house at an auction too. He found the remains of a woman inside the wall. In this next 911 call, a woman calls the police because she is trapped in a mansion against her will.
Chattown 911, what's the address of the emergency? Chattown 911, we received a hang-up call. Do you have an emergency?
Yes, I accidentally hung up. Did you ask for my address?
I'm sorry?
Did you ask for my address?
What is your address?
No, I said, did you ask for it?
You need the police to come to your location?
I wondered if I'm in a very bad situation and I need to get out.
What do you mean you're in a bad situation and you're trying to get out? What does that mean?
get like plastic surgery.
Kendrick Roberts was arrested after the woman called 911, saying she and other women were being held against their will in the property and were made to dance for money. She was sent to the Dominican Republic to get breast implants, and all of the women were made to get the word LOP tattooed on their wrists in reference to a gang member. Roberts threatened to kill her if she left the home, and said he would pay somebody to cut her chest open, take out the implants, and cut her up if she ever did. This next one is a call from a man in North Carolina. He tells the operator that he woke up from a dream to find his wife stabbed to death on their bedroom floor.
911, what's the address? Okay, just repeat that address, make sure we have it right.
Patuxent Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, and what is your first and last name? Phone number you calling from?
Phone number?
Yes, sir. Tell me exactly what happened.
I think I killed my wife.
What do you mean by that? What happened?
I had a dream, and then I turned on the lights and she's dead on the floor.
How?
I have blood all over me, and there's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it.
Alright, stay on the phone with me. I'm getting her ambulance, okay?
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
When did you wake up to find this?
I need to know what time it is.
Alright, stay on the phone with me, sir. Just gonna ask you a few questions, okay? I'm getting some help to you. Are you with the patient now?
Yeah, I can see her.
Okay. Alright, how old is the patient? How old is your...
She's 29.
Okay. Is she awake at all right now? What makes you think she's dead? Is she awake?
She's not breathing.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, do you think she is beyond any help?
I don't know. I'm too scared to talk to her.
Okay, just stay on the phone with me, sir. I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
I'm so scared.
Alright, I've already sent the paramedics to help you, okay? I'm sending someone to assist you. Just please leave everything as you found it. Is there anything else we can do for you, sir? Where's the knife right now?
Knife's on the bed. I'm not next to it, so I don't have a weapon on me or anything like that.
Okay, when did you wake up?
I don't know. I took more medicine than I should have.
What medicine did you take?
I took Corsi, cough cold, Corsi, ACT cough cold, because I know it can make you feel good, so a lot of times I can't sleep at night.
Okay.
Took some.
Alright, so what, are you sure she's not breathing?
She's not moving. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here with you, okay? Let's leave. See if she's breathing, okay? All right, let's provide her. Can you see her from where you're at?
Yeah, it's so bad. There's so much blood.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna stay here on the phone with you until help gets there, okay? Just don't touch anything. Just look at is she breathing at all? Is her chest moving? Is anything going on with her?
No.
Okay, well we're gonna leave.
The blood is dried on me.
It's dried?
The blood's not wet on me. The blood is dry. I don't know what I... Oh, God.
All right, well, we're going to at least try to help her, okay? All right, just give me this. All right, I've already sent the paramedics to help you. Just stand alone. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Are you right by her?
Oh, my God. I mean, I can see her. Oh, my God.
Stay with me, sir. I know this is upsetting, but we were going to try to do as much for her as you can. If you're not sure that she's gone, we're going to try to help her, okay? So just listen carefully. Just listen. Okay, sir? First, just look at her right now. Can you tell me what you see? Is the chest moving? Is she breathing? Anything at all? I understand, sir. I understand, but right now we just want to make sure we're doing as much as possible. Is there anyone else at all in the home with you, so is it just you and her? Where are you in the house? Where are you in the house, sir?
Back of the house. There's a light on it.
Okay, well... All right, is the door unlocked?
I don't know.
Can you go do that for me, sir? That way the paramedics can get in. Are you able to do that? Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead. Stay on the phone with me. Go ahead and unlock the door, okay?
That's not blue light.
What'd you say, sir? Go ahead and unlock the door. Let me know when you've done that, okay? Let me know when the door's unlocked. Okay, all you said, officers there? I'm gonna let you go.
The couple were married for less than a year, and he blames the killing of his wife on the cold medicine he had taken. If he really is telling the truth, I can't imagine anything more terrifying than waking up from a dream only to discover you have killed the closest person to you. This next call is from an ex-UKIP member confessing a murder. UKIP is a political party in the United Kingdom, standing for the UK Independence Party.
Right, can you hear me? Yeah. You just killed your wife. Okay. And how have you killed her?
Suffocation, really, I guess. Bit of a bizarre situation, but...
Okay, is it just the two of you in the house?
Well, just the one of us.
Right, okay.
Well, two.
Okay, is there any other sort of issues that the officers need to be aware of when they come into the house?
No, I'm not violent, nothing.
Stephen, can I just get you to go and answer the door? I believe we should have some officers there. You going to just go and speak to them?
Okay, they're here now, are they?
They should be there.
Right.
no matter how many calls I hear like this, of somebody killing their loved one, I still find it shocking how calmly these people confess to the killings. And the way he greets the officers as they walk into the door is strange, to say the least. And how he describes himself as non-violent. The former UKIP member also had an affair with their son's partner. He also claimed that his 62-year-old wife, named Anne, attacked him with a knife and that he had to defend himself. But he was still found guilty of murder. It appears that he placed her in a chokehold, a move that he knew from his military training. Now, I've saved this call until last, as it creeped me out so much. It's a little different to the others on the list. The police received a 911 call, but the person on the other line hung up. So the police called back right away, and they discovered the call had come from the Imperial Memorial Gardens, which is a funeral home and a cemetery. The police mainly heard static. Here is the call.
This is Erica. How can I help you? Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's even creepier is when the police went to check out the funeral home, they found it locked up with all of the lights off, which makes me wonder if this call could have actually been of the paranormal. Recently, I seem to have had a couple of problems from YouTube. I'm not appearing on people's searches, and my videos are being demonetized as soon as I upload them. I shared this news and a couple of people have asked if they can donate, which I'm absolutely blown away by. I'll leave the link to my PayPal in the description if anybody... I'm a ranger at Yellowstone National Park, and a couple of weeks ago, I was exploring the Llama Valley, which is around 11 miles away from the nearest road, and even further to the park boundary. And there, in the middle of the trail, is a perfectly severed deer. No blood, and no raggedness at the severance, just perfectly intact. Now this is weird for a few different reasons. I have seen the result of a wolf and bear attacking a deer, and I used to find a prey of cougar remains, and this was none of those things. The head was completely uneaten, eyes, tongue, everything still intact. Even the ravens hadn't touched it yet. Just right there, smack in the middle of the trail. But again, no blood. Even a human doing it made no conventional sense. It was a doe, so it had no antlers. Plus, why leave it in the trail? The whole thing in broad daylight gave me chills. Just an ocean of waving grass. The bison calmly grazing. No human for miles. And a perfectly clean deer head right on the path. Delta 2. Park Ranger here. Another ranger and I were out on a search and rescue. The missing person was a man in his 20s. He had gone hiking and not returned that day like he intended to do. When we got the call, it was nighttime, but we hiked a few miles and set up camp on the ridge that had a pretty good view. He had gone into the woods prepared, so we decided that we'd wait until daylight before beginning the search. At around 2 AM, I get up and I'm taking a piss when I see a moving light at the base of the cliffs across the valley, just a few miles away. It looked like a flashlight beam, so I tell the other ranger, and we make the decision to keep waiting for daylight. The next morning, we wake up and decide we go check out the area and bring this guy home. We get to where we saw the light the night before and start calling his name. But then soon, we find his body at the base of a cliff. He had fallen 60 feet onto his head. The body was badly mangled, so we radio back as it's now become a recovery instead of a rescue. At this point, the other ranger yells at me to come and look at this. Lying 20 feet from the man's body was his light. It seemed odd, but I thought nothing of it. That wasn't until the ranger reminded me of the light we had seen the night before. It kind of gave me the chills, but if I'm honest, I still dismissed it. Before too long, the coroner arrived and inspected the body. After he took the body back to the lab, he said that the man had been dead for at least 48 hours before we found the body. All of a sudden the "oh shit" alarm went off in my brain. I knew that it couldn't be possible. I had the coroner review his work. Same result. I tried to find an explanation for the light I had seen. Perhaps it could have been other hikers. But one of the search and rescue guys had stayed at the trailhead all night, and not a single person had come or gone. To this day, I have no clue what I saw that night, but it freaked me out. Number 3. I'm a wildland firefighter with the US Forest Service. This story is from an old supervisor of mine that I completely believe. The setting is 2004 or so, in the Hells Canyon area of Middle Idaho. My supervisor's crew had been working all day and were going to be working through the night as well. As he was the assistant superintendent, he was out scouting ahead on an ATV. He was working his way down a logging road that had clearly not been used in some time when a bobcat appeared in the middle of the road. The thing stood there for a good 10 seconds, screamed at him, and then scampered up a nearby tree. He found this a little odd, but not particularly unsettling. Half a mile or so down the road, he found a small cabin. This was also odd, as he'd been working on the federal lands and no private structures should have been up there. Upon investigation, he saw that the windows had all been boarded shut, and the doorknob had been taken out and secured. Someone did not want anything getting in or out of that cabin. Feeling unsettled, he hopped into his ATV and headed back up the road. Where the bobcat had been, he had found a Native American woman in a badly tattered nightgown. He yelled at her and asked if she needed any help, but she just screamed at him. The same scream as the bobcat. And then she climbed up the tree faster than any human had the right to do. Obviously, my supervisor got out of there as fast as he could, unsure of who or what he had just seen. He asked a local guy about the cabin. A local Native American overheard them talking, and then he told my supervisor he had just been in the presence of a skinwalker. Number 4. I'm not a ranger, but I used to be in a group that's somewhat like the Scouts. so we spent a lot of time in the woods. And some weird shit happened from time to time, but most of the time it was easy to explain. One thing happened though, that to this day still scares the living shit out of me. I was a leader for the age group of 8 to 10 year olds, and we were out on a camping trip. It was the first year we had stayed on that terrain, and it was huge. Normally we tend to explore the majority of the terrain before the kids arrive, so we were aware of any potential dangerous spots to avoid. But this time, it was impossible. Every camp we have what we call a night game. It's usually a scary game, in which the kids have to complete several tasks, while the leaders do their best to scare them. We masked up as monsters, and hid out in the woods close to the checkpoints they had to pass. While running in between each checkpoint, I found an open stretch of forest with little to no foliage, so it was ideal for chasing them through. There was no real room to hide beside the trees, so I couldn't use my flashlight, or they'd be able to see me from miles away. It was dark, like the unsettling kind of dark that plays tricks on your eyes, and you start imagining things that aren't real. During my stay there, I saw a shadow that was around my size running past me a few times. I couldn't see it very well, so I just assumed I was imagining things, because nothing was there when I turned my flashlight on. A little bit of time passes, and the game was nearing its end, and I saw the shadow again. Only this time, I could see it clearly, standing near a tree, and not too far away from me. I thought it was one of the other leaders hiding to scare the kids, so I decided to go over there, as it was around time to start heading back. I aimed my flashlight towards the tree, and while getting closer, I noticed that there was indeed somebody standing there, and they were dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack, and their head was covered with a few white plastic bags that looked like they were tied together. I started to feel pure dread. Something felt really off. I asked if everything was okay, but they didn't even respond. The only thing I heard was a weird sound. It sounded like somebody was knocking on the wood. But nevertheless, I went a little closer, until I was about 10 meters away from this person. The knocking sound turned out to be that person smacking his head repeatedly into the tree. And I noticed he looked like a male. He was barefoot, and his arms and legs were covered with crusted mud. And his hands were in a weird, cramped position. I was just convinced that this was one of the other leaders pulling a prank, so I told him to knock it off. And that's when he slowly turned his head, then started walking towards me. Something inside me just told me to run. It didn't matter if this was just a stupid prank, and I ran away scared from nothing. If this wasn't a prank, it felt like I was in serious danger, so I ran as fast as I could, and I heard him running after me. I was tempted to turn around and look, but I'd probably run into a tree, so I just carried on running. I arrived back to the campsite, and every single person that could have been dressed like that was already there. They couldn't have gotten there before me, and if they did, they sure as hell didn't have time to change it back into their regular clothes. I told them that they gave me a good scare with that, and they just looked at me, thinking I was trying to scare them, so we left it at that. The next day, I wanted to go back and check it out. After all, who knows? Maybe some person ate the wrong kind of mushroom and might be dying from hypothermia. I took someone else with me just in case there was nothing but endless trees. We arrived at the tree where I saw the person banging his head, and there was a dead, skinned, decomposing rabbit nailed to the tree. We called the police, and they looked around quickly, but they just brushed it off as some kind of prank from another scouting group, or some kids from a nearby town. If it was somebody just messing around, then some people have a seriously messed up sense of humor. Number 5. I've been a park ranger now for almost 15 years, but this takes place about 3 years into my career. We were getting calls about a lone wolf with a collar hanging around the campsites. Very weird, since wolves aren't known to be in that area. But when you work in the field long enough, you start to realize anything is possible. No calls had mentioned violent behaviour from the animal, which is obviously good news. I departed from the station around noon to check out the places that had been sighted. I then wandered around for around 3 hours, and I didn't receive any further calls during that time, until I took a break. I had sat down, had a couple of snacks and drank some water. Just as I was getting ready to go back out there again, the thing was around 20 feet in front of me, trotting just near the tree line. It seemed friendly, and I spotted the collar, so I whistled to it, and he came over to me. Getting a closer look, I could see it wasn't a wolf. It was huge, but it was dark and didn't have the right bone structure, though I could see why it'd be confusing from a distance. I radioed in and reported that I had found the dog, but as soon as I said I'd bring it in, the dog took off, like he was playing, to see how far he could get me to chase him. You know, typical dog behaviour. So I went after it, and I swear it was a game of chase for at least 5 minutes as we steadily ran through the forest. But just a reminder, please don't go running through the woods unless you know the area at the back of your hand. Anyway, the dog finally slowed down near a rock kind of creek area and started pacing around a spot. I drew a little closer, and I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed it. The overgrowth had almost disguised what appeared to be bones. I called it in immediately, and another team was sent to recover the remains. When I went to retrieve the dog, he was gone. But honestly, it wasn't a priority at this point. The dog was friendly enough, and I figured we'd just catch up to him later. The bones were identified as a teenage male, who had died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He had been reported missing long before I'd even become a ranger, and that there'd been pretty much no hope of finding him. I managed to speak to his mum on the phone. She called me to thank me personally, and she asked how I found her son. I mentioned the black dog, then I thought I had said something wrong, since after I said that, there was a long pause on the other side of the line. She asked me to give a couple of details about the dog, and after I gave a couple of descriptions, she quietly explained that her son, who had struggled with making connections with people, had sunken into a deep depression after the death of his best friend. That very dog that led him to me. I spent the entire day stunned, and I continue to be in disbelief in a way. But I know what happened. Number 6. There was a group of teenagers that hadn't been heard from after their scheduled return time from a camping trip. A co-worker and I headed out in the general direction that the teens had set off on. We'd been hiking for most of the day, and we hadn't seen a thing. We're about 25 kilometers into the woods at this point, and we start noticing odd things. Sticks carved like spears stuck into the ground, weird carvings in the trees, and a child's stuffed animal hanging from a noose up in a tree. To put things into context, this place was nowhere near any roads, and it wasn't on the regular trails people would go on in this area. And the really eerie thing was that everything was freshly carved, which means that somebody had been there within a couple of hours of us and made these things. Mind you, we're still looking for these teenagers. We keep on hiking and eventually make camp for the night, but we're still a little on edge after what we had seen earlier. But we settle down and go to sleep anyway. We get up within the sunrise, hoping to cover more ground before it gets too hot. We pack up the gear and get ready to go when we notice a piece of a shirt that had been caught on a small tree, along with some shoe prints. We were thinking, great, maybe we're close to the teens. That wasn't until a radio comes through, and the teens had been found 20 kilometers east of us. and they were calling everybody back. All of those weird things we had seen from the day before came flooding back into my mind, and we wasted no time hiking out of those woods. Number 7. I'm not a park ranger, but my uncle is, and this is his favourite story to tell around a campfire. He was patrolling alone at the national park he worked at the time. I'm not too sure which one it was, as he moves around a lot. Anyway, he's driving through a road a few miles away from the main tourist spot, when he comes across a bald man standing in the middle of the road with his mouth wide open, just staring at him blankly. Feeling a little uneasy, my uncle reluctantly stops the car, but as he does this, the man just walks into the trees. Feeling confused, my uncle just stares where the man went, trying to think of what the man could be doing. And this is the part that gives me chills. My uncle then looks into his rearview mirror, and that's when he notices the same man hanging from a tree. Turns out the man had killed himself 4 days before my uncle found him. And I'm literally never stepping foot into a forest alone, ever. I'm a ranger at Yellowstone National Park, and a couple of weeks ago I was exploring the Llama Valley, which is around 11 miles away from the nearest road, and even further to the park boundary. There, in the middle of the trail, is a perfectly severed deer head. No blood, and no raggedness at the severance, just perfectly intact. Now this is weird for a few different reasons. I have seen the result of a wolf and bear attacking a deer, and I used to find the prey of cougar remains, and this was none of those things. The head was completely uneaten. Eyes, tongue, everything still intact. Even the ravens hadn't touched it yet. Just right there, smack in the middle of the trail. But again, no blood. Even a human doing it made no conventional sense. It was a doe, so it had no antlers. Plus, why leave it in the trail? The whole thing in broad daylight gave me chills. Just an ocean of waving grass. The bison calmly grazing. No human for miles. And a perfectly clean deer head right on the path. Number 2. Park ranger here. Another ranger and I were out on a search and rescue. The missing person was a man in his 20s. He had gone hiking and not returned that day like he intended to do. When we got the call, it was nighttime, but we hiked a few miles and set up camp on the ridge that had a pretty good view. He had gone into the woods prepared, so we decided that we'd wait until daylight before beginning the search. At around 2 AM, I get up and I'm taking a piss when I see a moving light at the base of the cliffs across the valley, just a few miles away. It looked like a flashlight beam, so I tell the other ranger, and we make the decision to keep waiting for daylight. The next morning, we wake up and decide we go check out that area and bring this guy home. We get to where we saw the light the night before and start calling his name. But then soon, we find his body at the base of a cliff. He had fallen 60 feet onto his head. The body was badly mangled, so we radio back, as it's now become a recovery instead of a rescue. At this point, the other ranger yells at me to come and look at this. Lying 20 feet from the man's body was his light. It seemed odd, but I thought nothing of it. That was until the ranger reminded me of the light we had seen the night before. It kind of gave me the chills, but if I'm honest, I still dismissed it. Before too long, the coroner arrived and inspected the body. After he took the body back to the lab, he said that the man had been dead for at least 48 hours before we found the body. All of a sudden the "oh shit" alarm went off in my brain. I knew that it couldn't be possible. I had the coroner review his work. Same results. I tried to find an explanation for the light I had seen. Perhaps it could have been other hikers. But one of the search and rescue guys had stayed at the trailhead all night, and not a single person had come or gone. To this day, I have no clue what I saw that night, but it freaked me out. Number 3. I'm a wildland firefighter with the US Forest Service. This story is from an old supervisor of mine that I completely believe. The setting is 2004 or so, in the Hells Canyon area of Middle Idaho. My supervisor's crew had been working all day and were going to be working through the night as well. As he was the assistant superintendent, he was out scouting ahead on an ATV. He was working his way down a logging road that had clearly not been used in some time when a bobcat appeared in the middle of the road. The thing stood there for a good 10 seconds, screamed at him, and then scampered up a nearby tree. He found this a little odd, but not particularly unsettling. Half a mile or so down the road, he found a small cabin. This was also odd, as he'd been working on the federal lands, and no private structures should have been up there. Upon investigation, he saw that the windows had all been boarded shut, and the doorknob had been taken out and secured. Someone did not want anything getting in or out of that cabin. Feeling unsettled, he hopped into his ATV and headed back up the road. Where the bobcat had been, he had found a Native American woman in a badly tattered nightgown. He yelled at her and asked if she needed any help, but she just screamed at him. The same scream as the bobcat. And then she climbed up the tree, faster than any human had the right to do. Obviously, my supervisor got out of there as fast as he could, unsure of who or what he had just seen. He asked a local guy about the cabin. A local Native American overheard them talking, and then he told my supervisor he had just been in the presence of a skinwalker. Number 4.
Hi, we're a web design platform called Tuda. This is what our platform looks like, and this is what it can do for your agency.
I worked as a cocktail waitress when I was 22, and my shift was from 5 p.m. until 2 a.m. As a waitress, I'd become used to being harassed. Usually it wasn't anything too over the top or frightening. Most customers were regulars who flirted innocently, just good-natured banter. Nothing threatening or in any way sinister. Well, up until this night anyway. I'd never felt a sense of danger from any of the customers I'd waited on. On this particular night, everything changed. I was being harassed by some creepy customer I'd never seen before. He'd said such inappropriate things to me that it kind of crept me out. And he was relentless with his inappropriate remarks. At one point, I was serving him his drink, and he reached out and put his hand on my ass. After this happened, I never went back to his table again. If he wanted another drink, he'd have to go up to the bar and ask the bartender. I was through with waiting on this sinister crew. This happened back in 1978, so it was a time when I didn't have any recourse when things like this happened. The bartender only made customers leave when they were far too drunk to sit on a bar stool. Otherwise, we were on our own to deal with creepy customers. At closing time, he finally left. Even though he was gone, I still felt such a sense of unease. I wasn't easily spooked, but this guy had really freaked me out. There was something just so off about him. It took me nearly an hour after closing to complete the work and cleaning I had to do to have the bar ready for the next day. So it was around 3 a.m. as I made my way to get to my car. It was in such a deserted and isolated place at night time. The parking lot had woods that surrounded it, and that in itself was creepy enough. As I was walking over to my car, I got about halfway, and then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. My heart began to pound as I realized that he had waited in the car park for me to come out this entire time. I knew I had to get to the safety of my car, or this man was going to do God knows what to me. I was young and fit, whereas this man was in his late 40s and severely overweight. My thoughts were quickly assessing my situation. I didn't want to be kidnapped and murdered, and that was the scenario I had envisioned if this man got to me before I could get to my car. I knew I'd have to make a run for it, and so I ran as fast as possible, and I jumped inside the car and locked the door. I turned to the side to see the man now stood at the driver's side window, banging on it, demanding me to roll it down. He kept yelling that he didn't want to hurt me, he only wanted to talk. He pounded hard on the window as I fumbled with my keys to get the hell out of it. I began to fear that he'd shatter my window and get his hands on me. But finally, I got my car started, and as I put the car into reverse and backed out, he began to scream bloody murder. He was yelling for me to stop, because I had run over his foot. My gut instinct told me that this man was faking the injury to get me out of my car. I was not going to get out of the car for any reason, and I drove home as fast as I could. Once home, I called the police, and they came to take my report and get a description of the guy. At this point, I wasn't certain about whether I had injured him or not, so I explained all of that to the officer. The police sent another officer to the parking lot to see if he was still there and suffering from any injury, but he wasn't there. And nobody had called the police to report a hit and run either. The policeman told me that I had done the right thing by not falling for his ruse. I called my boss the following day and told him that I would not be returning. I'd never been so frightened in my life by anyone before. There was no way I could make myself return to that job. And that night still haunts my dreams. Number 2. Back in about the year 2000 or 2001, I was driving by myself from visiting my mum back in Colorado, and I was making my way to Arizona. I was in a station wagon and had a desk my mum had given me that was my grandfather's. I've always been scared driving at night that there is someone in my back seat that is going to get me. This might be because of too many scary movies, or because of my mum's paranoia rubbing off on me. I was in the army and drove back and forth a lot to visit her. She would get mad at me for sleeping at rest stops or gas stations and tell me someone was going to kidnap me or kill me. but I just didn't want to be bothered with the hassle and expense of motels most of the time. But I digress. So I'm driving on an empty stretch of highway late at night, with no cars around. And this red truck comes up behind me, flashing its lights and honking its horn at me. At first, I was thinking to myself that there was something wrong with my car. Or maybe there was something wrong with the desk that was in the hatchback. Because why else would somebody be so insistent on me pulling over? So, I pull over. I was in my mid-20s and still a little naive. And I get out of my car. As I'm getting out of my car, he's directly behind me and still flashing his lights and honking his horn. I walked out to about the middle of my car and I planned on going to the back to see what could have been wrong with the car when it hit me. Why is he still honking at me when I'm already out of the car? I found this pretty odd. And then he gets out of his truck. And that's when I knew something just wasn't right. I jumped straight back into my car and sped off. The next exit was 45 miles or so away, and he followed me the entire time. I take the first exit and go to a crowded grocery store with a laundromat next to it. There was an ambulance parked at the laundromat with its lights flashing, and I parked up next to it. I figured if there was an ambulance, then eventually a police officer would show up at some time. The man stayed in his truck in the grocery store car park, watching me the entire time. I was terrified. I waited for about an hour until he finally left. I waited for a little longer before continuing my drive back to Arizona. And I was paranoid and watchful for any red trucks the entire time. Fast forward about 5 or 6 years, and I'm watching Unsolved Mysteries or some similar type of crime show. I was watching it with my husband, and he knew what happened as we were dating at the time when this occurred. And what story pops up? One about a man on the exact same stretch of highway with a red truck that used those exact same tactics to get a few women to pull over, and then he would murder them. I'm really glad my gut told me something was wrong, and to get back into my car and drive. Number 3. I'm a woman, and I work as an overnight security guard in a bad neighborhood in Hollywood. While there are lots of issues with drug abuse and homelessness in that area, usually nothing happens at the property I'm stationed at. For the most part, my job includes walking around once an hour, filing a report, and making sure the building doesn't burn down. Every once in a while, I have to escort somebody off the property, but even then, it's not that bad. In an entire night, the most human interaction I normally have is with people asking for directions or a cigarette. That being said, it's my job to be suspicious and to use common sense. One night at around 1 AM, I was doing my patrol, and as I stood atop of the stairs of my workplace, a young man, in his mid-20s, called out to me from the sidewalk. My first thought was that he needed direction somewhere, but I wasn't about to get close. He then told me that he needed help because he was stranded and his phone was about to die. So I advised him to stop in any of the local nearby bars and ask to use their phone to call for a ride. But he demurred, saying that he just really needed to charge his phone. So then I replied that there's a 7-Eleven around the corner that sold a variety of affordable phone chargers. The man's politeness did not compel me to give up my position on the stairs, but the man pointed out an obvious flaw, as even if he bought a phone charger from the 7-Eleven, he would not be able to use it, as he had nowhere to plug it in. So he asked again if he could please use my phone charger. At this point, he started to give me the puppy dog eyes. I didn't want to provoke him, because I knew it would take me some time to get past the gate, as the lock can sometimes stick, and I had noticed something. Each time, I innocently ferreted out what he was doing there. I noticed a nasty flash across the stranger's face, only for a millisecond each time. It was like he was hiding a simmering rage. So I pretended to be swayed and asked what kind of phone charger he needed. He said he needed an Android, and I very prettily apologized for only having an iPhone charger. I shoved my hands in my pockets to express my dismay at not being able to help, which allowed me to palm my pepper spray. All this time, I had been itching towards the gate. Then I sweetly urged him to go buy a phone charger at the 7-Eleven, where they were trying to let him plug in his phone in his hour of need. I didn't miss the look of defeat on his face, or the rage simmering below the surface. After apologizing again, I let myself in the gate, and thank God it didn't stick this time, and watched the young man reluctantly walk away. Then, I went inside to plug in my Android phone. I can't say for certain what this guy had been planning, but several documentaries on Netflix have given me some educated guesses. So to the forlorn stranger I so cruelly turned away, let's never meet. Number 1. I'll start off by saying I'm a 21-year-old male from upstate New York. When I returned home from college for summer break last year, my parents informed me that they would be visiting some relatives in Canada during the second week of July. I wanted to go with them, but they told me that they made the plans last minute and that the plane tickets were quite expensive at the time. Therefore, I would need to stay in the house by myself while they were away. Although I was disappointed about not going to Canada, I was quite content with having the house to myself. I spent most of the time watching television, playing video games, and hanging out with friends. I returned home from a friend's house late one night. After pulling into my driveway, I decided to smoke a cigarette outside the house and take a short walk around my neighborhood before going back inside. I walked down the end of my driveway and started smoking. I quickly noticed that several of my lights were on upstairs. I found this odd, as I distinctly remember that none of the lights were on when I left earlier that evening. As I looked at the upstairs windows outside my house, I saw a shadow, which appeared to be moving in my parents' bedroom. It was clear that someone was in my house. My heart started racing, and I started panicking. I immediately dialed 911 and told the operator that there was an intruder in my house. The operator gathered all the information and told me to stay calm, as help was on the way. I kept my eyes locked on the moving shadow as I saw it go into my bedroom. I felt relief as the police pulled up to my house. I greeted them and told them what I saw in the window. As the police entered my house, I looked back up at the window, and this time, I could clearly see a man staring directly at me from my parents' bedroom. I immediately called my parents to let them know what had happened, and once I got off the phone with them, both of the officers walked out of my house with a man in handcuffs. He appeared to be in his late 30s and was dressed like a stereotypical burglar. As the police escorted him into the car, I noticed him glaring at me, and he didn't take his eyes off me the entire time. I was too scared to go back into my house home alone once the cops had left, so I went and crashed at my friend's place until my parents returned home. After my parents returned, they immediately installed a home security system. I don't know what happened to the man after he was arrested. However, I later learned that the man had brought with him a crowbar, some rope, a knife, and duct tape. I don't like to think about what could have happened that night. Number 2. This happened to me a few years back now. I had suffered multiple strokes at the age of 22, and as a result, I temporarily lost the ability to speak, and I couldn't use most of my body. My friend, who was fairly rich, offered to care for me until I got better. He was born into money and didn't have a job. I was awake one night and I was trying to sleep, but my mind was racing on other things. My friend stayed in the same house as me, and he was in the room next to me asleep. So when I heard somebody walking up the stairs, I naturally panicked. The staircase was right next to my bedroom, so whoever was there was right outside my door. I held my breath to listen out for the footsteps, and I could hear them so clearly. Because of my condition, I had a necklace with a buzzer attached to it to alert my friend if I ever needed him for anything, so I quickly pressed it repeatedly. My friend burst through the door almost immediately. I couldn't speak at this point, so I frantically pointed for him to get the pen and paper out of the drawer which was across the room. I glanced out of the open door, and that's when I saw a tall, slender man with dark bags under his eyes emerge from the spare bedroom. He stopped and stared at me and grinned for a moment before slowly walking down the stairs, keeping eye contact with me the entire time. I tried with all my might to speak, but no words would come out. As the man disappeared down the stairs, my friend placed the pen and paper next to me, and I began to write.
This was my phone before Calljoy. This is my phone now.
Thanks for calling Leo's.
Number 1. My dad and I would occasionally go hunting when I was a kid. I was 14, and my dad knew a guy who owned what seemed to be half of Georgia. I mean, the amount of property this guy owned was ridiculous. He let people hunt out on his land if he trusted you, and he'd also let you camp out there for a couple of nights if you wanted. You would always make sure we had a way to call for help if we needed it through the night. I loved camping out there more than I did hunting. We woke up early one morning and hiked into the woods. It was still dark when we got to our stand, and we didn't see or hear anything. Not even any birds. I can still remember my dad commenting on it, and looking back, it should have been a sign. Feeling frustrated, we packed up to look for a spot to camp, and we would set up again later that evening. My dad suggested we go deeper into the woods to better our chances of seeing something, so that's what we did. We hiked for a few hours, we found a clearing and set up a small camp. We got ourselves settled and passed the time by freaking ourselves out by talking about Bigfoot and other woodland creatures. We hiked away from the camp and set up our blind and waited. But again, we didn't hear or see anything. We get back and our tent has been pulled up and is laying flat. And not in a neat way, but just kind of lying there. We thought it was just the wind or something, and we didn't put it upright, and it just collapsed. We didn't think much of it. Since we didn't see anything or hear anything all day, we decided to leave and try again later that week. We settled in for the night and build a really small fire and just relax. But again, not even the birds were making a sound. I remember thinking how odd it was to be this deep into the woods and to only hear one or two birds this entire trip. Oh well, maybe we're making too much noise and scared everything off. We go to sleep soon after settling in. It's pitch black and in the middle of the night. I wake up for some reason, so I just try go back to sleep. I'm in that half sleep, half awake phase when I hear some laughter. I kind of jolt awake, but I don't hear it anymore, so I figured it was just a dream. I lay my head back down, and after a few minutes, I can hear it again. And it continues to get pretty loud. I wake up again, but this time, my dad is awake too. He whispers and asks, "Did you hear that too?" And this is when my heart dropped. He also heard the laughter. It wasn't a dream. We heard it again, but this time it was just faint. And now that I'm awake, I can actually pay attention to it. It sounded like several people laughing in unison. A kind of strange, cackling, hysterical laughter. It didn't last for too long. Maybe 5 or 6 seconds. But I have never felt that much fear in my life before. We didn't hear it anymore, but needless to say, we didn't get any sleep after that. We packed up as soon as the sun came up, and we got out of there. My dad mentioned it to the guy who owned the property, and he wouldn't let my dad hunt there anymore. I think he thinks he was crazy. Number 2. This story takes place in an off-grid cabin in the middle of nowhere. It was my friend's property, and he owns about 9 square miles of untouched land near Ward County. We are, or should be, the only human beings for miles. There's probably a couple dozen of us, and this is in the mid-November, if my memory serves me. The original plan was to camp out in tents around a bonfire, but this quickly became more of a blizzard situation with low visibility, high winds, and frostbite level cold. This leaves us all crammed into a 600-foot cabin to get messed up and pass out in a pile, which is no big deal, as we were all good friends. Sometime in the middle of the night, everyone's quieting down, and I need a cigarette and to pee. I stumble. I'm pretty wasted at this point. I get into my coat and my boots, and throw on several hats. I go outside, and the wind has slowed a little bit, and the moonlight makes everything coated in ice and snow shine like diamonds. I light up my cigarette, and walk maybe 20 feet into the woods to pee. Something every Colorado kid knows is the frostbite wind chill chart, and the fact in this weather, flesh freezes in 25 minutes, and that's hard to forget when your Johnson is out. Midstream, I hear someone, maybe 20, 30 feet into the woods. It sounded like a human voice. The wind makes it hard to hear, and the snow and dark made it impossible to see. I managed to wiggle my cigarette to the corner of my mouth and muster up my best mountain man voice to yell, "Anyone there?" It takes not a second to reply, "Over here," in a voice that sounds exactly like my best friend. I called back to ask if they were okay, but no reply. I zip up and go trudge out further to make sure he's alright. Just as I'm stubbing out my cigarette, I hear my name being called, much louder and clearer, from the cabin. I yell back that I'm okay, and head back to the cabin with a curious glance behind me. And my friend who I heard call me from the woods welcomed me at the door. I told him I heard something, and he just told me I was drunk, which he wasn't wrong. But he trusted me enough to do a head count, and nobody was missing. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I was very glad to be sleeping, well armed, and in good company that night. But what if I would have headed out just a little further? Number 3. When I was about 18, me and some friends took a road trip, about 7 hours or so, down to the Apacholiota National Forest. We were going to do a little car camping and drink a few too many ice-cold natty lights. You know, 18-year-old stuff. As such, we didn't want to be bothered by any park rangers, so we drove way deep into the woods. We got there and set up camp and started to drink. Me and a guy decided to do a little exploring. So we walked about 100 yards from our site to the main road. We saw another path directly across from us and started walking. Immediately, we started seeing signs that someone had lived there for quite a while. Big bags of trash, stuff like that. It should have been a huge red flag for us to turn around, but you know, we were 18 and nothing could hurt us. We reached the campsite of an older white guy living out of his van. His clothes were strung up on a washing line, coolers placed around it, and a big gorgeous dog. I think maybe a golden retriever. We tried to back out, but he sees us and starts talking. He seems friendly enough and asks us where we are from. He then tells us about some cool spots to check out in the park. We end up chatting for 10 minutes and end up going on our way. I kept thinking to myself how odd it was that he gave us directions in steps, not in yards or miles. The guy always seemed to be off balance, not stumbling drunk, but like he was walking on a balance beam, swaying side to side. And he was super excited to talk to us about national parks and forests and where we were from. Fast forward 2 months. The friend who I went exploring with calls me late at night and tells me to turn on the TV, specifically the news, and I oblige. I see an old dude with a van. Feeling underwhelmed, I get pissed at my friend for waking me up. Then he says, "Keep watching." And then I see the golden retriever, and it all clicks. That man's name was Gary Michael Hilton, convicted of at least 4 murders. He kidnapped and murdered a girl on Blood Mountain, an older couple in Pisgah, and a girl at the campsite not long after we left. He had killed the people in the very same places he had been talking to us about. Obviously, we call the cops, and they put us in touch with the FBI, and we get flown down to take investigators to the campsite, and we point out every spot we saw anything, and tell them exactly what he told us, and show them the places he described to us. I didn't find out until after the trial, but apparently they found what appeared to be partially destroyed human finger bones in an area near the site we had stayed. Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of witch who has the ability to possess or disguise themselves as an animal. The legend of the skinwalkers is not well understood outside of Navajo culture, mostly due to the reluctance to discuss the subject with outsiders. Number 1. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her 2 brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they didn't have electricity. It had been dark outside for an hour, and my aunt and uncles were getting ready for bed. Outside, they heard noises, as if someone was moving things around outside. My oldest uncle went to look out the front of the window and saw a figure by the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary, as the closest neighborhood was miles away. Whatever it was, it began to open the truck door and dig through the personal items that the family had left in the vehicle. My aunts and uncles were frightened by the sight and knew they should take action. They took out the rifle and all steadied it themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door and aimed the gun at the dark figure. The figure then turned and started to walk towards them, totally unfazed by the weapon. My uncle pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The figure then drew closer, and my aunt began to smell something she could only describe as a rotten corpse. It was so strong, it made her gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger, but with no luck, and the figure came closer and closer. Then, off in the distance, headlights were coming up the road. My grandparents were returning. The figure then looked towards the lights and started to move away, and then tucked itself behind a tree near the house. My oldest uncle then ran towards the truck with the gun. My grandfather got out of the car, and my uncle pointed to the truck. Whatever the thing was, it was poking its head out to observe what they were doing. My grandfather then ran into the house and over to the stove to grab a handful of ash. He then rubbed it all over the gun and placed an ash-covered bullet into the chamber. He then walked out onto the porch and fired towards the trees. Whatever that thing was, it didn't expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed and the dark figure began to run. My grandma chased my aunt inside the house, and my uncles and my grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure, the truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed onto one particular spot. My uncle swears that whenever the headlights would hit the figure, it would be a woman. But not only that, whoever was running on all fours, like a bear. My grandfather eventually stopped the truck as they neared a ditch and dropped around 20 feet. He got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and that he knew it was her and to leave his family alone. A few days passed and there was news that the woman my grandfather was yelling about had died. I've always been told that if you know who the skinwalker is and you say their name, it will kill them. Number 2. My wife and I were driving through northern Arizona on Highway 89 between Flagstaff and Page. It was about 1 a.m. as we were on third shift at the time and often drove at night to avoid traffic. I saw a few sets of eyes glowing in my headlights, just a little bit further up the road. When we drove by, we saw several dogs, or coyotes, on the side of the road, and I hit the gas and drove by. After we passed, My wife said one of them was running next to the car. I looked over and saw it as well. Probably 20 feet off the shoulder of the road. I put the pedal down and floored it, and looked over as it stood up on its hind legs. That's the only way I can describe it. And it kept pace with us for some time, before turning away from the road and disappearing. This whole event only lasted for a few seconds, but it was seriously the most terrifying few seconds of my life. This was probably 20 years ago now, and we still rarely talk about it. Number 3. My cousin lived in the Eastern Agency of the Navajo Nation, in a community known as Crow Point. She was living with her parents at this time, and she was a good girl. She had good grades, a nice car, and was a very popular girl that played on the basketball team. When she told us this story, it was very out of the ordinary, and the events that followed would also deepen my beliefs in the traditional Navajo way, and of the taboos associated with Navajo culture. My cousin was coming home from basketball practice, which ran past sunset. It was during the colder months, and so it went dark by the time she pulled up to the neighborhood. She pulled into the small housing community that she lived in. It was far from a fenced community, but there were streetlights and the neighbors weren't too far away from each other. As she neared her home, she saw a group of dogs. This wasn't unlikely, as there are random packs of stray dogs that roam the rural communities. These dogs don't belong to anyone, and they get food wherever they can. As she got closer, she noticed that something was off about the dogs. There were 4 dogs, and they were sitting in a circle, all facing each other. This didn't really faze her until she spoke about the event later. Because this was a housing community, my cousin couldn't barrel it down the road, so she slowly drove past the group of dogs and kept going on her way. As she continued to drive, she noticed in her peripheral vision that something was running alongside her car. She turned her head to see that a brown dog from the group was trotting alongside her car. She didn't mind this too much until she hit a strategically placed speed bump. The impact of the bump made her entire car wobble. She looked over at the dog again, still casually keeping pace with the car. She tried to ignore the dog and tried speeding up a little bit, keeping in mind where the speed bumps were placed. The dog continued to keep pace, and my cousin had to eventually stop at a stop sign. She began to feel immensely uncomfortable and tried to keep her eyes forward, but curiosity got the better of her. She looked over at the dog. It was facing forward, and she continued to stare. And that is when the dog turned its head. But instead of the face of a dog, there was a flat face of a man covered in hair, smiling from ear to ear. Fear shot through her body, and my cousin pushed the pedal to the floor, not daring to look back in her rear view. She reached her house and barely pulled herself through the door. She was weak from fear. My aunt came to her, and my cousin began to sob. She told my aunt everything, and they scheduled a meeting with a medicine man the next day. That night, my cousin was trying to get some rest. She was tossing and turning and felt very ill. She could hear people outside laughing and talking in Navajo, but she didn't think too much of it because she lived in a community with plenty of neighbors. The medicine man told my cousin that she was very fortunate. The skinwalker wasn't meant for her. She just happened to spot it while he was out to bring another person misfortune. He also told her that the laughing and talking she had heard in the night was the skinwalker talking to his friends, letting them know that someone had seen him and that he had scared her. The medicine man told my cousin that if the skinwalker had actually been for her and she had seen him like that, it could have very well killed her. After that encounter, my cousin suffered from many ailments and had to stop playing basketball for a while. She had many ceremonies and eventually got back on her feet. My mum told us that story on many nights the electricity went out. When I asked my cousin about it, she confirmed it was true, but that she doesn't like talking about it. Number 1. This story takes place when I was 25 and single. I had landed my dream job a few years before, which paid incredibly well. I managed to save up some money and buy a pretty decent sized house with 5 bedrooms in a very good area. It was only me living there, but I thought it would be a good investment, and obviously a great place for when I would eventually have a family. I decided to go to my neighbours' houses to introduce myself. They all seemed like nice, decent people, although they were also a little bitter that I could afford a place like that at such a young age. Most of them had worked for years to be able to retire there. My parents assisted in helping me move in, and after a few days, my house started to look like a home. I didn't grow up with money, so it was nice to see hard work pay off. After the first week or so, I started to hear noises when I was trying to sleep. The house was fairly old, so I just put it down to that, and maybe a few mice running around. That was until one night I heard an unusually loud bang, like someone had dropped something downstairs. I froze. I was sure someone had broken into the house. I got up and searched for the baseball bat under my bed. Then, I opened my door to check the house, and that's when I heard footsteps downstairs. I was debating whether or not to call the police. I wanted to make sure first, so I proceeded to walk down the stairs to see if I could hear any better. As I got closer to where the footsteps were coming from, the noises completely stopped. I proceeded to go forward and check downstairs, and I saw nothing. The doors were locked, the windows were closed. This completely baffled me. I just decided to go back to bed, and I didn't hear a peep for the rest of the night. I woke up the next morning and decided to go for a walk so I could get familiar with the area. On my way, I bumped into some neighbours. We were chatting for a few minutes when they said, "Your little one seems like a handful." I paused for a second. "What do you mean by that?" I asked. The lady then proceeded to tell me that she got up in the night to get a glass of water when she looked over to my house across the road, where she saw a little boy running around, turning lights on and off. I didn't quite know what to say, so I just let out an awkward laugh and agreed with her. I felt sorry for the lady. She obviously was a little senile in her old age and was seeing things. Fast forward a couple of weeks, the strange noises still hadn't stopped. I pulled into my driveway and saw another neighbour. We got chatting, and he asked me if I had settled into the house yet. And after a few minutes of conversation, I told him I'd best be on my way, as I have a lot of work to catch up on at home. As we parted ways, he told me to say hi to my son for him. I stopped and turned around to ask him what he meant. He gave me a confused smile and said, "Your son? I've waved at him through the window." He then told me that the whole neighborhood was wondering when I would introduce them to him. I was so confused that I just stared at him for an awkward amount of time. My mind was trying to rationalize what he had said. I eventually replied and told him I didn't have a son, and that someone else had said the same thing to me. He seemed as confused as me, and there was another awkward silence as we both tried to comprehend what we had said to one another. He seemed visibly shaken at what I had said, and told me he waves to a little boy in my window every morning. My blood ran cold. I started to think about the noises I had been hearing at the night time, and my neighbours seeing a small boy in my house. I realised that the two things were connected. That night, I could hardly sleep. Every time I nodded off, I would wake up within the hour. Being home alone in an old haunted house isn't a relaxing experience. I must have dozed off, and I was awoken to the sound of running outside my door. Only whoever it was running away from my door. I went to put on my bedside light, and as I reached over, a baseball from under my bed had been placed on the bedside table. The little boy must have stood over me while I slept. I literally jumped out of bed and ran into my car, and as I looked back to the house, I noticed that in one of the rooms, the light was being turned off and on. I slept in a hotel for the next 2 weeks until I eventually sold the house. This was the first and last time I had ever experienced anything like this, and I hope I never do again. Number 2. I was home alone at the time, and only young, maybe about 14 or 15. I lived on a farm way out in the middle of nowhere, and we didn't have any close neighbours. The closest ones lived about 2 miles away. My parents were out doing something. I can't remember what, but they wouldn't be back until late. I was just cooking myself some food and washing up some bits and bobs. As I turned the tap off, the room was completely silent, and that's when I could hear a vehicle of some kind outside, idling. I found this very odd, but I just assumed somebody had taken the wrong turn and accidentally ended up at the farm. This happened from time to time. After about 15 minutes had passed, I had finished my food, but the car was still outside, with the engine running. I began to get a little bit frightened, but then, all of a sudden, the vehicle sounded like it was making a turn in the road, which gave me a huge sense of relief. I went upstairs and saw the car driving away up the country road. I took a deep breath and walked downstairs to finish the dishes. But no water was coming from the tap. The only thing I could think of was that maybe the breaker that controlled the pump outside had tripped for the well. The breaker box was located just outside of the house. I went round the back to check it out, and when I got to it, it was obvious that somebody had been tampering with it. Someone had opened up the box and flipped the switch, which means that the noise I heard was someone shutting off the breaker and waiting for me outside. I guess they thought it would shut off the power to the house, and that I'd have to come outside and investigate, and then they could do whatever they wanted to me. I quickly went back inside and locked all the doors and waited for my parents to return. And when they did, I explained what happened to them. Fast forward a couple of weeks, and me and my dad were home alone playing chess while my mum was away seeing some friends in the car. Because it was very quiet, we hear a car pull up nearby the house with the engine running, just like before. When my dad hears this, he goes full on protector mode, and he grabs the rifle from the shelf and walks outside brandishing it. Whoever was in the car saw my dad, and then they immediately turned around and drove away pretty quickly. I was able to confirm that it was the same car as before. I have no idea what they wanted, but they never returned. Number 3. I'm 22 now, and this incident happened a year and a half ago. I had just moved into my first apartment, and I was in the process of moving all my stuff in. The door that leads itself into my apartment locks itself automatically when closed. I was going to the entrance of the apartment complex to get my mail while I was talking to my boyfriend on the phone. I returned to my apartment and sat on the bed while opening the mail and using my phone at the same time. I accidentally dropped the phone on the floor and it landed under the bed, so I had to lie on the floor and stretch for it. And that's when I saw something that caught my eye. There was someone under my bed. My eyes widened, and I choked the urge to scream. The person under my bed was lying still, with his back to me, and his head tucked into his chest. I couldn't see his face at all, and he didn't see me. Trying to be rational, while so many thoughts rushed through my head, I just picked up the phone and said, "Sorry, I dropped the phone. I'm just gonna take a shower and I'll call you back." The bathroom is right by my bed, so I hastily walked in, locked the door, turned the shower on, and then jumped out of my window, and then called the police. They told me to wait nearby, but to go across the street and see if anybody comes out of the apartment. This was during the summertime, and it was still light outside. I hid myself behind a car and waited. I called my boyfriend, and he came to me just before the police. I gave the police my keys, and they went inside. Only moments later, 2 police officers came out, holding a thin and tired-looking man. His eyes looked crazy, but he didn't try to get away. The policeman stood beside me and comforted me while the police searched my house. They told me that the man had stood outside my bedroom door with one of my kitchen knives and waited for me to come out. This man had somehow crept into my door while I was getting my mail and hid himself under my bed. My boyfriend moved in with me the very next day. Reddit is one of the most popular websites on the internet. It's a huge site and is divided into thousands of smaller communities called subreddits. A subreddit is simply a board devoted to a specific topic. These were found on a specific subreddit called Let's Not Number 1. The Man in the Yellow Raincoat. My mum's friend lived in an apartment complex in South. She was a stay-at-home mother with a young daughter, and her husband worked during the days. One day, she was coming home from running errands with her daughter and got into the elevator in her building. When she got on, she noticed there was a man wearing a cap and a yellow raincoat. He kept his head low so that she couldn't see his face. She immediately said she felt really uneasy. She made her daughter stand by her side, furthest away from the man. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was that when she pressed the button to her floor, there was no other lit number. On top of that, she noticed he was carrying something wrapped inside a newspaper close to his side. Things started to click in my mum's friend's head. She started to panic and decided to take out her cell phone and pretend she was calling her husband, who was obviously really not at home. He was at work. She started saying things like, "I'm on the elevator and about to get off. Can you get the door for me?" And making it seem like her husband was waiting at home. When the elevator did reach the floor, she quickly got off and grabbed her daughter and started to walk as fast as she could to her apartment. She noticed that the man also got off on the floor and slowly followed her down the hallway. When my mum's friend got to the door, she started to bang on it and shout, "Hey, I'm home, please open the door," and kind of pretended like he was coming to answer the door. Upon seeing this, the man in the yellow raincoat started to walk away towards the elevator. When he seemed like he was far away enough, my mum's friend quickly picked up her daughter and began to put in the key code to get inside. But the problem was, when you press the buttons, they make a sound. So the man knew no one was going to answer the door. And once he clocked onto this, he turned around and started running back towards her. My mum's friend at this point was practically screaming. When she finally got her door to open, the first thing she did was throw her daughter into the apartment. When she managed to get herself inside, she saw that the man was pretty much inches from the door, but she managed to shut it and lock it before he could wedge his hands or a weapon into the door. Afterwards, looking through the door's peephole, she saw the man was walking away back towards the elevator. A few months passed, and my mum's friend was watching the news, and there was coverage on the capture of a serial killer named Yu Young Chul, who had killed a lot of prostitutes. She told my mother that she could never forget the dread she felt when she saw the too familiar raincoat and the hat he was wearing when he was apprehended. Number 2. He pretended to be my dog. My husband and I lived in a small 2-floor house with 2 entrances. One along the front and one on the other side of the house, which opens up into the laundry room. When we're too busy or it's too late to walk our dog, we can hook his collar onto a long line that's attached to one of the pipes on the corner of our house so he can use the bathroom. We used to do this from the door in our laundry room, but the large step from the door to the ground had been taking a toll on his hips. As a result, we started letting him out through the front door instead, since the porch is much closer to the ground. On this particular night, I was home alone with my dog, and it was around midnight when I decided to let him outside one last time before going to bed. I hook him up to his line, close the door and lock it before heading to the kitchen to put away some dishes. This was his routine. Even if he used the bathroom quickly, he liked to walk alongside of the house for a few minutes before coming back inside. As I'm putting away the dishes, I hear a scratch at the door. This is how my dog usually signals he wants to come back inside, so I headed over to let him back in. Since I've watched way too many scary movies, I always look through the door's peephole before letting him in. Out of habit, I look to check that it's my dog at the front of the door. But instead, I see a man staring very intently at the door handle. I freeze with my hand on the door handle. I don't know how much time will pass, then I heard another scratch, this one louder than the last. This kind of wakes me up from my initial shock, and I run to grab my cell phone. I call my husband to tell him what's happened. He was very confused. I probably wasn't explaining the situation very well, but he tells me he's heading home. This is when I realise my dog is still outside with this person. I head back to the front door, trying to make as much noise as possible to check whether or not the stranger is still there. Just like before, he's standing there, head bowed, looking at the doorknob. I tiptoe over to the laundry room and slowly open the door as quietly as possible. I can't see my dog anywhere, and at the side of the house is covered in gravel. I knew if I stepped outside, I would make a lot of noise. With my heart still pounding in my chest, I go to the front door to keep an eye on the stranger and to get a better look at him. I considered calling the police, but I didn't think they would take me seriously, since all the man was doing was standing at the front of my house. I tried taking a picture of him with my cell phone, but my camera was only able to take pictures of the people and not get the images behind the glass. And then, all of a sudden, the man looks directly up at me. I swear he knew I was there. He glares at me, and then opens his mouth to show his taunting, malicious grin. He stood there that way for a few seconds, and then, with that, he started walking down the street. I stayed in the same place, almost expecting him to rush back and start pounding on the door. Luckily, my husband got back a few minutes later. Long story short, he convinced me to call the police, and we went looking for our dog. It turns out the man had cut the end of the line connected to the pipe, and our dog decided this was a good time for him to explore my neighbour's backyard, which was where we found him. It's been 3 years since this happened, and we've moved since to a new house for unrelated reasons, and the police weren't able to come up with any suspects. Ever since then, we take our dog on very long walks before the sun goes down. Number 3. The tent in the trees. This story takes place in August of 2013, in the mountains of South Oregon. I am an USAF Security Forces airman. My girlfriend was at work, and as a swelteringly hot day begun to turn into thunderstorms, my buddy Nick, another military cop, and I decided to go explore some back roads and get out of the heat in town. Southern Oregon is crisscrossed with logging roads, and some of them are still actively used, and many have been totally forgotten and are now grown over. Nick and I spent many of our days starting off on roads that we knew, finding new roads we didn't know, and driving for hours into the mountains, eventually navigating our way back to paved roads. On this particular day, with storm clouds building over the mountains, we set off on a road we had never been on before, and began to drive into the mountains. After driving for around an hour, we hadn't seen nor heard any other people in the woods. We rounded a bend into thick fir woods, and emerged in a meadow that was totally surrounded by thick aspen groves. The meadow was perfectly flat and eerily still. We both noticed a strange stillness almost immediately. No birds, hardly any insect noise, no squirrels, and certainly no people. On the far side of the meadow, right at the edge of the tree line, there was a picnic table. The table was very odd. However, it was painted a bright orange, and was much larger than a typical picnic table in a park. Remarking on this, Nick drove through the meadow to get a closer look. I remember being apprehensive as we approached. The whole scenario was exceptionally strange. The overall silence of the aspen grove was unsettling. Also, it was nearly impossible to see far into the trees, as aspens grow incredibly close together. When we parked by the table, I hopped out of the passenger seat of the truck to check it out. I'm not very tall, only around 5'5", but regardless, the table was ridiculously oversized and practically unusable. The seats were nearly at chest level, meaning I would have to climb up to even sit on them. As I was looking at the table, Nick called me over to the truck, and I noticed he was looking at something back into the aspens. At first, I couldn't see what he was looking at, but then I noticed a splash of colour that was completely out of place in the thick trees. A small, one-man tent was set back in the trees, about 50 feet from the strange table. I had an initial feeling of dread, and I felt certain that there was somebody in the tent. And if we could see the tent, they could see us. There were no campgrounds in this area, no people, and no main roads for miles. Surely someone camping so remotely would be at the very least a strange person. However, as we observed the tent, we didn't see any movement or hear any sound coming from it. Nick suggested I call out, but I didn't want to. But I eventually did. I yelled, "Hey, anyone in there?" No reply. Feeling completely on edge, Nick and I thought about driving away and leaving this strange area. But we began to fear the worst. What if there was a body in the tent? What if somebody was kidnapped? Foolish, I know, but we thought it at the time. After some debate, we decided to have Nick turn the truck around to drive away from the camp should we need to leave in a hurry. He would stay behind at the wheel, waiting for me. With my heart pounding, I started to walk through the trees towards the tent. I was totally keyed up with a sense of full alert. When I reached the campsite, nothing struck me at all. Backpacks were scattered all over. No fire had been built. No wood collected. The tent was literally filled with backpacks and women's clothing. I turned to leave and to tell Nick what I had seen. And as I began to leave, Nick started yelling. He screamed, "Let's go. Let's get the hell out of here." Not knowing why he was yelling, I ran back to the truck. When I broke out of the trees, I saw a beat-up old Ford Taurus on the road, blocking us from leaving the meadow. I immediately leapt into the passenger seat, and Nick floored the gas pedal. The car was occupied by two men, and a third person laying against the window in the back. As we drove across the meadow, the driver attempted to block us from the road, but Nick drove around them and accelerated the way we had come from. As I looked back, I saw the car attempting to turn around on the narrow road. Nick drove like a madman, and though I was honestly terrified they would catch up, we hit the highway without seeing the car again. I still don't know if the person in the back was male or female. I called the state police, and they promised they would send a trooper out to check the scene. However, I received a call the next day from the trooper, stating that the campsite, the backpacks, the woman's clothing had all gone, though the tent had been in the area, and the strange table was still by the thick aspen grove. I have not returned to the area. I don't think I ever will. The dark web is part of the deep web. In simple terms, the deep web is part of the internet that isn't catalogued by mainstream search engines. The dark web specifically is where most of the illegal and disturbing stuff takes place. To access the dark web, though I wouldn't recommend it, your standard browser isn't going to cut it. You need to get the Onion router, or Tor for short. Tor is both a browser and a network running a specialized application network with volunteer computers. The following stories are accounts of people who are brave enough to explore the dark web. Number 1. The Slug and Salt Show. A few years back, me and a friend went onto the dark web to see what all the fuss was about. We looked for hours and hours and found the cliche stuff like drugs and weapons, but nothing too crazy. We kinda got a little bit bored and put the horror stories down to just myths and rumours. That was until we clicked on a link that changed everything. The link joined us into a Skype-like chat room with quite a few other people. There was a countdown on the screen, and after a few minutes of waiting, the show began. But it was just a large red box in the middle of a room. We were disappointed as we thought we'd found something quite scary. That would all soon change when somebody dressed as a shabby clown jumped out from behind a curtain in the room and shouted, "Who's ready for the Slug and Soul Show?" There was also some cheesy circus music in the background playing. We didn't understand what that meant, and we were a little bit confused, but the chat lit up with it, users expressing their joy that the show was about to commence. The clown man walked over to the box and opened it, and there was a woman inside, and she seemed to be quite dazed. The man guided her by her hand and took her to a massage table and strapped her hands and feet in so she couldn't move. As she laid on the table face down, the clown man took a razor blade from his pocket and began to peel the woman's skin on her back. He did it so slowly and swayed to the music playing in the background too. Then once he was done, he pulled a salt shaker from his pocket too and began to empty it on the woman's back. I have never heard a scream like it before, and it still haunts me to this day. What kind of person would willingly watch that stuff? I'm never ever going on the dark web again. It's beyond messed up. I found what I was looking for, but I wasn't prepared. I managed to find that after only a couple hours of searching. Just imagine what you could find after a full day. Number 2. Mr. Freeze. My dark web story starts like most. I got overly curious and decided to try and find the most messed up things I could. I was home alone and my parents were away, so they had no chance of watching and catching me on the dark web. I found a random link generator, and I must have clicked it around 60 times. I got taken to a page called The Curious Life of Mr. Freeze. At first, the page seemed rather harmless. It was a series of 5 security cameras in each room of an old-looking house, and it was live streaming each and every one of them. On one of the cameras, I saw something I will never forget. There was an old man kneeling next to a bath, washing what looked like to be a black, decaying corpse. I genuinely couldn't believe what I was seeing. I clicked the home page of the website, and it took me to a part which explained who Mr. Freeze was. His wife had died, and he kept her in a freezer so he could spend more time with her and look after her. He would defrost her in the bath and clean her, so he could take her to the bedroom, which was one of the security cameras. When I clicked to join the stream again, he was stood there, waving and smiling at the camera. I shut it down immediately. Whatever you do, don't go into the dark web. The thing I saw on there will haunt me forever. Number 3. Human meat. In computer class, we often got bored and messed around a little bit. One day we foolishly went onto the dark web. The most disturbing sight we found was a comprehensive guide for cooking human women. And we're not talking about a joke here. This page had information on what body types to use for specific cuts, how to prepare these cuts, and how to cook the girl so she lives as long as possible to keep the meat extra fresh. After browsing this site for a few minutes, a small chat bar popped up on the site. Whoever operated the site asked us what kind of race of woman we wanted to eat. He said that he had some Asian meat that he acquired and that was extra delicious and affordable too. It all of a sudden became a little bit too real and we closed the browser down. I tell myself it's a prank, but I'm not too sure. Number 4. The wall when I was browsing the deep web using my laptop. I clicked on one of the nameless hidden wiki links and I came across a website that contained nothing but a picture of a wall. It didn't really seem too interesting, so I went to click the close button when I saw a man wearing a mask emerge from the wall. He greeted me, saying, "Hey there." I was sure it was a prank video, so I just kept watching. After a while of me staring at the screen, he began to speak again. "Aren't you going to speak back?" he asked. I proceeded to type on the keyboard. "No, not the keyboard," he said. At this point, I started to get a little bit disturbed. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm your friend," he said. At this point, I was terrified, and my face was full of terror. And I'm guessing it began to show, as he said, "Come on, friend, don't give me that scared face." And this is when I began to get extremely frightened. He said, "Just 1 second, my friend. I will get your address so we can talk in real life." He then proceeded to type on his computer. I frantically tried to close the window. "That won't work," he said. Before he had any time to track my address, I got a screwdriver, removed the back of the battery from my laptop. It's been some time now, and he hasn't come back up. He didn't have enough time to get my address. I hope. Number 5. Viral contamination. A few years ago, I was browsing the dark web. I didn't find anything too gruesome, and I wasn't really looking for that kind of thing anyway. But I did find something incredibly terrifying, and it still haunts me to this day. There was a page filled with testimonies of people who had knowingly given HIV to unsuspecting people. One of the users on this site, called Big Daddy, said, "I've been doing this for 4 years now, and I must have given 100 men with wives HIV without them knowing. Some of them even had children afterwards. Ha 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 ha." Another one of the users said that when his friend was passed out drunk on his stag do, that he knowingly gave his friend HIV because he wanted to know what it would be like to destroy someone's life. He then also wrote that his friend committed suicide 1 year later because of the virus. He then wrote how he went to his funeral and had to hold in his laughter. This was enough for me to stay clear of that place, and it's taught me to be suspicious of everyone. Hey everyone, Disturbing here. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. And if you have any future ideas for videos, or you want to submit something that happened to you, or any experiences, just drop me an email. The link is in the bio. Number 1. What I'm about to tell you is quite possibly the strangest experience of my life. My best friend was getting married, so we decided to have one last adventure before he tied the knot. He vowed to be faithful after this trip, but he said he just needed to have some freedom one last time, if you know what I mean. We decided to go to Budapest, as we never had a chance to go when we were travelling when we were younger a few years back. We just wanted to have some drinks, see some sights, and hopefully hook up with a few women in a place where nobody would know who we were. We started drinking, and towards the end of the night, my friend suggested we head to a brothel. I wasn't too sure about this, as I'd never been to one before, but he managed to talk me into it anyway, and if I'm honest, it didn't take too much convincing. We hopped into the taxi and asked the driver if he knew anywhere where we could get a massage. He laughed and said of course, he knew exactly what we meant. For anyone that doesn't know, a massage parlour is code for a brothel. We drove for about 10 minutes. We had no clue where we were, but we were too excited to care. The taxi driver told us to go down the alleyway and knock on the blue door. However, there was nobody else around, and something just didn't quite feel right. Alarm bells were ringing in my head, but my friend was just so keen to get in there, he ran to the door and began to bang loudly. Eventually, a small part of the door slid open and an old, frail hand popped out, followed with a strained voice demanding us to pay 100,000 HUF for entry, which is around £250. We both laughed. No way we were going to pay that much just to get inside. We were a little bit tipsy at the time, so we began to hurl insults at the man through the door. Feeling amused by this strange event, we made our way back to the hotel to get some sleep. Now this is where things begin to get a little bit creepy. On the way back to the hotel, we got a pizza each, went inside the hotel room, locked the door, and fell asleep. When I woke up, I looked over to my friend who was still asleep. He was covered in vomit, and I found this hilarious, so I took out my phone to take a photo. And as I did that, I noticed so was I. That's strange, I thought. I didn't remember being sick, and I wasn't even that drunk. I quickly woke my friend up, and he was just as confused as me. He didn't remember being sick either. There was a moment of silence where we looked at each other with confusion. We looked around the room, and there was vomit in the sink, in the toilet, all over the floor. Which means somebody must have come into the room while we were asleep and done this. But why? Then we noticed a note on the door, and it read, "Next time, you pay up." And this is the scariest part. The key was still in the hotel room door, and it was locked from the inside. And the windows didn't open. We didn't decide to stay. We booked an early flight back as we were just too freaked out. But how did they manage to get in? And why make all that effort just to do that? Were they showing us just how easy it is to get to us? I'm not sure. But I'm never going back. Number 2. This story I'm about to tell you is the reason I still sleep with my lights on at 23 years old. I was 11 at the time. Every year when I was younger, my mum, dad and myself, along with my auntie and uncle and 2 little cousins, used to go away for a few days. Never anywhere too exotic. We usually just rented out cottages in the countryside. I'm from the UK, and this time we decided to go to a small village called Gillamore in Yorkshire. It's a really beautiful place and a nice change away from living in a busy city. On the first day, we went for a nice long walk with my dog, went for some food, and then later to a beer garden. When we got back, me and my uncle stayed up to watch a film. My uncle always used to let me have a beer when my dad wasn't around. And halfway through the film, my dog got up and went into the kitchen to get some food or water. When all of a sudden, we heard his metal dog bowl crash. It made me and my uncle jump. We were both scared as well in case my dad came down and caught me drinking. A few moments later, my dog came through whimpering. Then my uncle got up to check the kitchen in case anybody was there. But there wasn't. Luckily, it didn't wake anyone up, and we didn't really think too much about it after that. Nothing else really happened until the day we packed up to leave. We got everything backed up and tidied the house. We left the bags and decided to go to the pub for a meal before we left. When we returned to pick up the bags, we heard noises coming from upstairs. We all looked at each other in confusion, but then we realised there must be just a cleaner upstairs. That was until the door upstairs slammed shut very loudly. At this point, my dad and my uncle started to walk up the stairs slowly in case there was an intruder. My dad told my mum to get the phone ready just in case anything bad happened. As my dad and my uncle got upstairs, they said they saw the door handle moving. As they went into the room, there was nobody there, and all of the windows were closed. However, all of the drawers were open. Needless to say, we were all very creeped out, and we didn't have an explanation for anything that happened. My dad isn't somebody who believes in the paranormal, and he just kind of laughed it off as something just strange. We got the bags, put them in the car, and started to drive home. My little cousin wanted to get in our car so she could stroke the dog. She was only 5 at the time. My mum asked her if she had a nice time away. She said yes, apart from that mean old man. My mum asked her what she meant. My little cousin then explained that an old man came into her room that she was sleeping in at night and told her that she wasn't welcome in the house, and that if the family ever came back, he would hurt the dog. I immediately thought about the dog bowl from before, and shivers ran down my spine. This is my only ever encounter with the paranormal, but it's affected me quite a lot. Number 3. My girlfriend and I were going through a rough patch, and I really didn't want things to end, so I wanted to make things right. I surprised her with a road trip around Scotland. We went out to explore the mountainous and hilly regions. This is something she always wanted to do, and I thought it would make everything better. And it did. Things were going really well. We were laughing and joking and just having a good time. We were sat by the lake all afternoon, drank champagne and watched the sunset. As it began to get dark, we decided to find a bed and breakfast for the night. I was a little bit too drunk to drive, so I wanted to find somewhere as fast as possible in case I got pulled over by the police. After driving for only a few minutes, we managed to find a small guest house in the middle of nowhere. It was rustic to say the least. There were no cars pulled up, so we were guaranteed a room for the night. We got our cases from the car and rang the bell. After a few seconds, we were greeted by a lady and a little boy. This is exactly what we wanted. A welcoming, family-run place to stay for the night. We were absolutely made up with how perfect the day was. We were shown to our room, which was a little bit dusty, but it was furnished with the most incredible antique-looking ornaments. We got into bed, turned the lights out, and fell asleep. I was awoken with a knock at the door. I got up to check it, but nobody was there. I thought I must have just dreamt it, so I got back into bed. But before I could even get back into bed, there was more knocking, so I ran to open the door. Again, there was no one there. I closed the door, and the second it shut, there was an instant knock. I immediately opened the door, and the little boy was standing there. He giggled and then ran round the corner. I was extremely pissed off that the child wasn't being told to stop. Surely the woman could hear the child running about. I opened my phone. I wanted to check if anybody else had had any similar experiences. When I googled the B&B, I saw that it was closed due to the owners being killed in a car accident. In the article, there was a picture of the woman and her son that had just welcomed me into the bed and breakfast. I had never been so frightened in my life, and I had no idea what to do. I woke up my girlfriend as soon as possible and explained what had happened. We packed the bags, got ready to leave, and on the count of 3, we ran out of the guest house as fast as we could. We managed to reach the car without seeing anyone. And as I turned to look back at the house as we got into the car, the mother and the child were stood at the door, waving us goodbye. Hey everyone, Disturbance here. I hope you enjoyed the video. Making the last one about the road trip to Scotland genuinely scared me while I was making it. Such a freaky story. But if anybody wants to submit another story, that any experiences, any paranormal, anything at all, just submit it at disturbin123@gmail.com, and I'll read out your story for you. Thank you very much. Also, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe, and share it with your friends. I'd really appreciate that. I'd love this channel to grow. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I've just kind of recently got the courage to do it, so thank you. Number 1. Because of this experience, I'll never drive alone at night again. I was on my way to my parents' house for the weekend. It was my mum's birthday, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
We have a really strong mother-daughter relationship. On the way, I stopped off at a diner to get some food and coffee to stay awake. It was around 11 o'clock, and I still had a fair few hours to go before I would get to their place. My eyes were already getting heavy. While I was in the diner, I got speaking to a middle-aged couple. They were very nice and really chatty. They asked where I was going at this time of the night, and I explained it was my mother's birthday, and I was heading down to their place for the weekend to spend some time with them. But then, they asked if I was going alone. But they asked it in such a strange tone, it kind of threw me off. I reluctantly replied yes. I didn't want to answer that, but I didn't want to be rude. After feeling a little bit creeped out, I told them I'd best be on my way, and I had a long journey ahead of me. As we said our goodbyes, and I walked away, they said, "Drive safe." They said it in such a cold, disingenuous way. Something just didn't quite feel right about them. The whole tone changed after they found out I was by myself. I quickly walked to my car, and I was very aware of my surroundings. I had chills from that whole creepy encounter. I locked my doors and then began to drive. About 40 minutes into the journey, I stopped at a train crossing. Just my luck. The buyers had already come down. I really didn't want to be stopping at this time of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by myself. After about a minute or so of the train starting to cross, I looked in my rearview mirror, only to see a car approaching at speed. I began to get incredibly anxious. The train was still going by as the car pulled up behind me. I couldn't believe it. It was a man from the diner from before. I felt a huge rush of fear fill my body. He must have followed me at a distance this whole time. He got out of his car and began to walk towards me. He had something in his hand, but I couldn't tell what it was. Then, what I can only describe as sheer luck, the barriers lifted as soon as the train passed. I put my foot down and floored it. I had floods of tears in my eyes. I could hardly even see the road. After a few minutes, I managed to calm down, and I rang my parents and told my dad to meet me halfway, and he did, and he drove behind me for the rest of the way to their house. I gave a detailed description to the police about what happened. It turns out there had been some recent cases of human trafficking going on in that area. So far, I haven't heard anything back, so I guess they haven't found them. Number 2. When I was 18, I used to love going for nighttime drives. There was something about it that used to just calm me. I lived about an hour away from the coast, and I felt like a late night walk on the beach. I used the GPS on my phone to put in the route. Then I put on my favourite podcast and then began to drive. Around half an hour into the drive, my phone got a notification from the GPS app. It told me that the route had changed due to a crash on the road. I didn't really think anything of it, and I just proceeded to follow the route. I was a little bit confused, as I felt it was taking me the wrong way, but I wasn't too sure, so I just thought I would just carry on as normal, and hopefully I would arrive to where I was supposed to be. Then, about 30 minutes later, I reached my destination, and I was nowhere near the sea at all. I was right near a wooded area with no houses or anyone in sight. I got on my phone to change the destination to get back to the coast, but my phone had no signal, and I had no idea how to get back home. Then, all of a sudden, there was a knock on my window. I literally jumped out of my skin. Stood outside, was a man. I wound on the window a little and asked if I could help him. He began to tell me that one of my taillights was out and I should get out and take a look. He had the strangest, coldest expression on his face. Something about him just didn't seem normal. As I began to unbuckle my seatbelt, I thought to myself, why would anybody be near here walking alone at this time of night, especially by themselves? I didn't want to take any chances, so I told him just to step back a little bit and that I'd pull up the car so I could take a look. And as he did, I sped off. Then I eventually got signal so I could find my way back home. And when I got home, I checked the back of my lights, and they were all working perfectly. Now, this is the creepiest part. Whoever told me to get out of the car and check my lights had hacked into my GPS to lure me into an area with no signal. don't like to think about what could have happened, but it's safe to say it wouldn't have been good. Number 3. Me and 2 of my friends used to go on aimless drives around the countryside at night time. We were young and it was just something to do. We would often talk about scary stuff and try and freak each other out. This one time we were driving down some country roads when one of my friends shouted for me to stop and pull over. Naturally, I assumed he was just messing about, so I kind of laughed it off and carried on driving, assuming he would just say he was joking. But he seemed pretty serious, so I quickly pulled over. He said he saw a little girl in a white dress sat on the side of the road. He could hardly get his words out. It was around 12 o'clock at night, during a rainstorm. Why would a child be out at this time in such a remote area? I wasn't too sure if he was being serious or not. I told him to calm down and that we would drive around and take him to safety. I had 999 ready on my phone to call, but I didn't call him right away, just in case he was just trying to scare us. But unfortunately, right, there she was. She had her back turned to us, and it looked like she was sobbing into her hands. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't creeped out. But the girl needed immediate help, and we were the only ones around. She was on the other side of the road. I drove up a little bit further to do a 3-point turn so we could be on the same side of the road as her. As we pulled up in front of her, she slowly began to turn her head. And as she did, my blood ran cold. The girl in the dress didn't have a face. It was just darkness, even with my headlight shining onto her. And she just stared at us. An indescribable sense of fear filled my body. I floored it and got away as fast as possible. I have no idea what that thing was. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts, but I can't explain this. Number 4. This story goes way back before I had my driving license. I'm an older woman now. My parents were away for the week, and I had the whole house to myself. But it went to waste. I was too scared to throw a house party in case it got trashed. But my friend who lived in another city was having one, and I really didn't want to miss out on this, so I did something incredibly stupid. I took my parents' car and decided to drive there. I had a few lessons at the time, and I felt pretty confident I could drive there without getting noticed. I only had to drive for 40 minutes. This felt pretty doable. I took the keys, got into the car, took a deep breath, and began to drive. My nerves quickly calmed once I got going. About 20 minutes into the journey, things were going perfectly. There was hardly any cars on the road, and I was driving flawlessly. Then, I saw some blue lights starting to flash behind me, and my stomach dropped. All I could think about was how pissed off my parents would be. I was a straight-A student who never did anything wrong, and that reputation was soon about to go. I quickly pulled over, but my nerves got the better of me, and I completely messed it up. It was obvious to the officer that I was either drunk or couldn't drive. He approached the window and asked me if I knew why he pulled me over. I could hardly even get my words out. I asked him what the problem was, trying to act confident. This seemed to really piss him off, and he told me to give him the keys and to get out of the vehicle. And when I did, he immediately cuffed me and put me into the back of his car. And that's when he got into the back seat of the car with me. I asked what he was doing, and he just spat at me and told me to be quiet. Although, he didn't say it as polite as that. My hands were cuffed, and there was nothing I could do, so I tried to kick him away as hard as I could. But this only pissed him off even more, and as I tried to kick him, he grabbed my legs and squeezed them as hard as he could. He then said if I try anything like that again, he would break them. As he started to take my clothes off, he was dragged out of the car by 2 police officers who pinned him to the floor and cuffed him. I had never been so happy to see the police in my life. It turns out the man was imitating a police officer, and the 2 police officers who happened to be driving by didn't recognize the makeshift police car parked up nearby and assumed something was off. I of course still got into trouble for not having a license. I was happy with that. It's certainly better than the other outcome.
Anderson!
And cut! Mark that one done in Monday.com.
Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. Maggots were just falling off his feet and wiggling on the ground. Nurses, what's your worst work-related story? So many to choose from. I'm gonna go with the homeless guy that came to our hospital with an abdominal abscess, basically a hole in his abdomen. We were trying to clean his wound and assess the damage, and when we reached inside his wound, we started finding money. He nonchalantly stated that he kept his money tucked in there, to protect it from being stolen. Homeless guy that hadn't taken his boots off for a couple weeks because of the snow. Came in due to nausea and vomiting, but looked good, just homeless guy weird. Start getting him changed into a gown for imaging and go to take off his boots, and what do you know? The skin came off like socks. Sick because of trench foot and gangrene. He lost some toes. Did a short stint in mental health. Had an 18-ish-year-old come in. Had been found in the fetal position covered in poop, and naked in her bedroom by police. She'd basically been locked in there by her parents for years, most of her life. She kept asking for her mom cause she didn't know how to do anything. Her mother was still trying to control her from prison. A 17-year-old kid shot himself in the face. He was left with no nose, no mouth, no jaw, but everything else was totally intact. Incredibly sad eyes. He lived, but died by suicide about a year later. Labor nurse here. 36-year-old female patient who had been diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer in her 8th week of pregnancy. Her and her husband had been trying for a baby for 10 years. Was advised to terminate the pregnancy to pursue aggressive treatment. Of course she refused. Was induced at 32 weeks and her entire abdomen was overcome with malignant tumors by this time. The cancer had also spread to her lungs and bones. Baby was born, sent to NICU and mom was sent home on hospice. She died 3 weeks later. Baby is doing fine today and just turned a year old. Things I've helped remove from grown men's penis: Lego lightsaber, baby carrot, plastic spoon, small circular magnets, purple crayon, golf pencil. I once sent a man from the ER to the operating room to have 14 inches of a pool noodle removed from his butt. Yep. Like a big pool noodle. He cut it. But apparently 14 was too short. And I've only been in emergency medicine for 6 years. The worst smelling thing was a homeless man who came in with what looked like moon boots on his feet, except they were surgical boots that he placed foam around and duct tape. They hadn't been removed for about 3 months. He was also diabetic and had ulcers on his feet. We had to cut them off to be able to see what was happening. The smell permeated the entire emergency room. To top it off, maggots were just falling off his feet and wiggling on the ground. He was yelling down the hall and rude to everyone but me, and would only let me take care of him. He ended up refusing care and insisted that we tape his shoes back on and let him leave. Management finally said we could, and we sent him off. Saddest stories are the kids. 6-year-old shot by a drive-by and was being coded by the time she arrived. She didn't make it, and hearing the mother hear the news, and screaming from down the hall will stick with me forever. Happy story: a teenage was out drinking with friends and they accidentally ran him over. We thought he had no brain activity and was going to be a donor. He was transferred from another hospital. We run some tests and he is able to squeeze fingers and respond some. He went to surgery and then ICU and was discharged a week later. His mom found me one day before he left and I was so relieved for the family. 20-year-old patient in for a motorcycle accident sans helmet. Kid survived but was never going to be not a vegetable, living off of 15 different tubes ever again. He literally lost too much brain tissue. That kind of stuff is par for the course in a level 1 trauma center. What was hard was watching his parents stay in his room in shifts, documenting every little twitch and spasm and reporting it to us as a sign that he was waking up, only to have to be gently told, after assessing of course, that it's just spasms with no conscious thought. They would also happily keep telling us about the welcome home party they had planned for him, and making jokes that they're never letting him buy a bike again. One day they started visiting less and less, and eventually stopped coming at all. Finally, they made him a donor. He was their only child. Too many to choose from, so I'll just go with a recent one. Was doing wound care on a diabetic man who took zero care of himself. It was a foot ulcer with necrotic tissue and gangrene. Awesome. As I was pulling the old dressing off, I felt a subtle crunch. I looked and saw that the dressing pulled one of the man's necrotic toes completely off with it. The hell of it is? He just sighed and said not again. Turns out just a few months ago, his other foot was at that level of ulceration, and one of those toes came off when he went to put shoes on. How he failed to notice the smell and severity, although to be honest he was morbidly obese and couldn't even see his feet, is a mystery. Elderly meth-addicted prostitute admitted for sepsis yet again. Cultures are all negative until someone sees that her colostomy is a bit too red and puffy to be considered normal. We cultured it and she had syphilis as well as a bunch of MRSA. Turns out she was letting some of her John Zephyr stoma. When we told her what we had figured out, she just shrugged and said that a hole is a hole. A couple years ago I took care of a long-haul trucker who developed a wound on the underside of his ballsack. The vibration of the truck seat wore away at his scrotum, and he developed an infected ulcer. As you can imagine, this makes for a very fragile situation. One day we were helping him out of bed when his scrotum ruptured wide open, pus splattered everywhere, and his testicles flopped out. A bad day for all involved. Also worth a mention, I've seen multiple patients come in with maggots in their festering wounds. How does a maggot infestation in your body go unnoticed? And for fun, the one time I had a patient fresh out of open heart surgery try to escape through the toilet. He was having DTs and withdrawals from a variety of street drugs. Found him knee-deep in the toilet trying to swim out because he loves this mag. 4 security guards couldn't hold him, even with chest tubes, mid-sternal incision, Foley, the whole works. Don't do drugs, kids, but if you do, please tell us which ones. Prisoner patient got mad at his cellmate. So mad that he took a razor blade to his own scrotum. He decided to turn this cut into a kangaroo pouch and tried to put a travel-sized toothbrush into the cut. To top it off, he slammed 2 pencils up his urethra. Another story, car rolls up and dumps out a girl who has an axe sticking out of her head. Immediate surgery. She didn't make it and they caught the people who dumped her. But, yeah, seeing the cruelty of humanity is the worst. And another one, lady came in via ambulance with a seat cushion stuck to her backside. She had shat herself at home and had no one to care for her. She did this for over 2 weeks before someone called Adult Protective Services. She had to have surgery to remove the cushion from her backside because all that stuff had cemented the cushion to her skin. Absolutely terrible. I work as a nurse in a catheterization laboratory. Once was on call when we got a patient with a massive heart attack, no chance of a sinus rhythm so far, and he was incredibly hard to resuscitate because he had had a coronary bypass and the bones in his chest were fused together like a knight's armor. This was a comparatively young man in my line of work, mid-50s I guess. He died in our cath lab. Anyways, turns out he had a very heated argument with his grown-up son that night when he collapsed and had his heart attack. Apparently, a couple of days later his son hung himself in the woods near where they lived. Anything involving maggots, unless we put them there on purpose. Had a drive-in dump that got admitted. Lady of the night based on clothing choices. Had roaches, just 3, but any is too many, crawling out of her nether region. God love my tech, she just stomped on them and made fun of me. Got my arm stuck between a patient's butt cheeks while inserting a fecal management system for C. diff management. I weighed in at about 115 hash at the time. He was 400 plus. He clenched and was screaming at me to get out of his butt. Happened years ago and still gets brought up. Had a patient who had a sacral decube that was huge. My head would have fit in the hole, mo hyperbole. The dressing change was like trying to pull a deep dish extra cheese pizza off someone's caved-in lower back. She had so much slough. She lived through that for months. Plus she was demented, deaf, blind, on dialysis, had AKAs to her hips, and had bilat amputations to her elbows. Constantly begged Jesus to let her die. Her daughter had POA and just wouldn't change the code status. A schizophrenic homeless man told me how he had to smoke all of the crack before the crack mamas could, so that he can save the crack mamas' babies. Then there was the old man that would poop himself, dig his fingers in his butt, then proceed to put his poopy fingers in his mouth and up his nose. Lastly, was the obese woman that had horrible lymphedema, which made it hard for her to walk, so instead of getting up to the bathroom or commode she would ask for a towel to stuff between her legs and pee all over herself. The smell of that woman's inner legs cannot be described with words. A man was discharged from a mental health facility a few days prior. He went home and built a gun in his garage out of pipes. He proceeded to shoot himself in the chest. His wife called EMS. He was talking when he came into the ED. He asked for water because he was thirsty. This is usually the first sign someone isn't going to make it. The CT scan showed there was a bullet in the heart. He was rushed into my OR. The trauma surgeon split the ribs and was feeling around for where the bullet went. Meanwhile, the front desk is trying to get a hold of the cardiovascular surgeon on call. He's out of town and says to call one of his partners. The first partner is also out of town. The second and third are both an hour away at other hospitals. The trauma surgeon finds a hole in the left ventricle. I am able to get a hold of another surgeon who isn't on call but is 20 minutes away. He says the patient needs to get on bypass if there's any chance, but he'll probably end up dying anyway. Anesthesia is on a massive transfusion protocol, but his vitals are not improving. The surgeon opens the pericardium and it sounds like a water balloon hitting the pavement. In an instant, a liter of crimson-colored blood pours out of the drapes and onto the floor. Anesthesia calls out there's no pulse. Another liter and a half pour from the drapes. We now know where all the blood went. The next 2 hours include filling out paperwork and calling the medical examiner. I have to speak to the widow and his mother about signing the forms for the me. His death will have to be investigated by the county. I still have to get the meat wagon from the morgue and put him on ice. My shift ended 3 hours prior, but it's my death in my OR, so I'm responsible for all the details and paperwork. This one isn't as emotionally tough as the 12-year-old who crashed side by side on a coworker's property. He was declared brain dead the next morning. The staff lined the halls for an honor walk as his bed rolled by to the OR for an organ procurement. As the father of 2 young boys myself, I broke down and cried as the mother said goodbye. She adjusted his blanket to keep him warm and kept telling him, "It'll be okay. I'll see you later. It'll be okay." Not a nurse but a medical assistant. Was my first day on the job at an urgent care and was asked to assist with an abscess drainage. I said sure. Walk into the room, the patient is laying on the bed with her legs in stirrups. No big deal, just assumed the abscess was on her inner thigh maybe. Wrong. She had 2 abscesses, one on each side of her labia, each about the size of dates. So the doctor cuts into the first one. Now usually with abscesses, you cut it open and blood and pus drains out. This one though. She cut it open and a green fluid the consistency of molasses started to leak out. The smell was so terrible, but I could not react as the patient could see my face, and I did not want to embarrass her any more so than she already was having vaginal abscesses drained and all. When the draining slowed down, the doctor literally started pulling on it, basically roping it out of the wound. After packing the drained abscesses I had to bandage her up. After the patient left, I was congratulated by my coworkers for keeping composure, especially for it having been the first procedure on my first day. I love that job and miss it every day. I don't really miss the craziness that made my job interesting and fun. Lady with sores and foul-smelling discharge coming from her vagina. We spent days trying to figure out what had happened. Lab sent. No infections, swabs clear. It was an enigma. Until I caught her douching her vagina with bleach. She thought that's how you kept it clean. Sex education is important, guys. I'll go with the frequent flyer with unidentifiable green goop oozing out of cauliflower-like sores on her legs. The goop wasn't anything that showed up on culture and often resulted in maggots burrowing in her legs. It also smelled awful. And she was really mean. She was about to want a mother for various reasons and ended up being found dead at home. Runner-up is the 516 pounds lady I managed to cath with the assistance of 3 med students. Found some food decaying in one of her folds. I think it was Little Debbie. Severely addicted heroin user admitted for sepsis and respiratory failure. About 3 or 4 days into his admission we find multiple broken needles lodged in his arms while trying to place a PICC line. After a few more days he codes, which was uneventful, until the abscess that was brewing under his left clavicle exploded and sprayed pus everywhere. He survived that and went for an IND which left a gaping hole in his chest and neck you could fit 3 fists in. His clavicle had rotted away from osteomyelitis, and he had minimal tissue left connecting his neck to his shoulder on the left side. After 30 days intubated in the ICU he finally died. All the while his drug-addicted sister kept stopping by and telling us how he was a fighter and was going to make a full recovery. You're right. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more videos about people storing items in their wounds. Share your own creepy hospital story in the comments below and let us know which story you enjoyed the least. Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. He'd snapped both his legs straight off in the fall. causing his splintered shins to impale the soil like a couple of organic javelins. Doctors and nurses, what's the worst thing you've seen on the job? We asked a buddy of mine from medical school what is the worst thing he's seen so far. His answer, I was interning and a middle-aged prostitute came in. The chick complained of a rash. The doctor asks her to lift her skirt and he finds a flaming genital herpes breakout in her vajayjay. He treats her and the doctor decides to look her over more carefully. When he tried to lift her shirt, she resists. He talks to her for a bit and she finally allows him to look. Lo and behold, he finds a hole in her stomach with herpes all over it and inside. The chick was letting Johns have sex with her colostomy hole. A homeless paraplegic woman was brought into the ER for pneumonia. We had to strip off all of her dirty clothes and put her in a hospital gown. As I took her pants off, I noticed a cockroach, which I thought was weird. As we took her panties off, out came the swarm. Roaches had nested in her vagina and she couldn't feel it because of the paralysis. Nursing student here, had to insert a catheter into a pretty obese lady, saw a black string hanging from her vagina. I asked her if she had a tampon in and she said, "Oh, I hope it's not still there." I ended up having to pull it out and the stench will be with me forever. Not to mention the white pus and brown slime covering a now black tampon. Apparently she hadn't had a period in months, so who knows how long it was in there. My sister, gynecologist, told me this one girl comes to hospital, complains that she's unusually smelly down there. Sister takes a look, sure enough there is something not right there. Upon further inspection my sister notices there is an object deep inside her. Sister, there seems to be something stuck inside your vagina, do you know what it could be? I'm going to take it out. Patient, no please don't touch that. It's the cap to my deodorant. I'm keeping it there as a contraceptive. Sister, what? RN for 15 plus years. Puke, poop, pee and infected wounds are common and rarely even bother me anymore. I've seen some nasty stuff over the years. Too many to remember and to be honest I hope not to remember most of these. But they won't go away. Number 1. Burn victim, had his face, ears, eyes, nose burned off. Yet he could still communicate by nodding. Poor guy. Don't know if he lived or not. The smell of burnt flesh was still there. And wow. Doing wound care was an exercise in sadism. Number 2. Heart surgery patient, things went bad in the OR and basically the upper lobe of this guy's lung migrated out of the ribcage. Basically think of a balloon you can see inflating and deflating under the skin of the guy's chest. The visual aspect wasn't so disturbing, but I was asked to assist in suctioning the patient. It was my job to hold the lung, kind of put pressure on it. The feeling of that lung expanding under the pressure of my hands is something I doubt I'll forget. And you'd be surprised at how strong that lung is when the patient coughed. I had to put some moderate pressure to the site. Number 3, morbidly obese patient who asked for assistance wiping her butt after pooping. I asked how she managed at home by herself. I use a towel between my legs and pull it up and down. A different morbidly obese patient told a coworker that she had her daughter wipe her butt for her. Some people. Number 4, flesh-eating bacteria patient. When I saw this guy he was almost dead. He had his leg amputated up to the hip socket. He had most of his right abdominal wall removed as well. I did wound care. It was crazy taking off all those bandages and when I peeled back the last layer, well, that was an anatomy lesson right there. This case bothered me for 2 reasons. 1, the obvious damage to the body. Secondly was how fast the infection progressed. I took care of this guy 7 days after his initial wound, which was a scratch on his leg while out walking in his fields. Get scratched. 7 days later you're basically dead. Life is fragile. Number 5, homeless dude brought into the ED. Nurse removes his clothes and what do they find? Maggots. Yes. Maggots living under this guy's jeans. Number 6, a poop story for you all. I won't forget this guy. He lived, but for 3 days I thought he was going to die any second. Bottom line is this guy had emergency surgery, had massive blood loss and low blood pressure for hours. Like I said, thought he was a goner, but he lived. About 12 days after surgery this guy has a bowel movement. This was stuff like no other I'd seen, or have seen since. First the visual, it looked like translucent worms. Chunks of translucent worms. But nothing else. I assumed it was the intestines shedding a layer of skin. No fecal matter. Now the smell. Well, after working in a hospital for 10 plus years you smell all kinds of foul nasty stuff. Yes, it bothers you, but you do get used to it. This guy's poop was the most foulest smelling substance ever. Rotting meat, poop, God, I don't even know. All I know is that was the first time and last time I've actually puked in my mouth from doing my job. Number 7, now a humorous poop story, was working night shift, busy as hell, and had this elderly lady that wanted to get on the commode. I helped her on it and gave her the call button to push when she's done. Well, time goes by and I realize it's been an hour, so I go check on her. She isn't done yet. I check on her 30 minutes later. Not done yet. Check again 30 minutes later and she's done. I get her back to bed and go to empty the commode, and what do I see? 10 to 15 perfectly round poop balls. The balls were the size of ping pong balls, yet perfectly round. That was unusual, but being busy as hell, I didn't even question it. How the hell do you have perfectly round poop? To this day I don't know, but it still gives me a laugh. I am an EMT, so not a doctor or nurse. But this story makes even my ER surgeon friends nauseous. A few years back I got a call over my radio saying that there was a trapped woman in her home who needed medical assistance. I was the first responder, so I go into the house with my bag and immediately am hit by a wall of stench. Now, this odor is not just the, oh God, you need to wear this place out odor. It's the sweet mother of God, I can taste it, it's in my eyes, I have to burn the clothes I'm wearing odor. Obviously this woman was some kind of hoarder. There were cats everywhere. They were just sitting on top of poop that had piled up in the house. There was cat poop on the walls, the floor. I saw families of cockroaches skittering around. Disgusting. So I called out to identify myself as a paramedic, and I hear this woman calling me from down the hallway. As I pick my way through the house, the odor just gets worse. It was like someone pooped, covered themselves in baby vomit, and then rolled around in a field of rotting flesh. I come to an open door, and lo and behold, there is the woman. Or should I say whale? This woman had to weigh at least 450 pounds. She was naked, covered in poop, and wedged between her toilet and her bathtub. I nearly lost my goddamn mind. The desire to vomit was so intense. I asked her what happened, donned my gloves, as well as a mask, and started to think of how the hell I was going to get this woman out. I'm not small, 5 feet 8 inches, 155 pounds woman. But damn, I'm not Hercules. It's about this time that more EMTs start arriving, as well as a few cops. This rookie cop comes racing in, sees this woman covered in poop, and vomits right onto her. This sets off a chain reaction. The woman begins to vomit, more EMTs and cops come in, and everyone is vomiting. I'm standing in an inch of vomit juices that is now mingling with poop, and I'm just trying to figure out what to do. Turns out we had to call the fire department, get the jaws of life, and rip the toilet out. We didn't have a stretcher that could support this woman's weight, so we had to improvise. When we got to the ER, the doctors and nurses looked so incredibly disgusted. Now, keep in mind we're covered in poop and vomit, with that horrible odor of the house clinging to us. We had to go into a decontamination room to get cleaned. Worst day ever. Not as gross as some stories I've read, but this is when my mother told me after a night working the ER. A guy came in with his penis broke sideways. He said my girlfriend got a little too excited. Another one where my dad was driving an ambulance. It was time to remove a cast for a very large woman who broke her leg. He was sent to pick her up. She never got up from her chair since getting out of the hospital. For months she pooped and peed herself in her recliner. My mother is the one who removed the cast. The cast was full of cockroaches and roach eggs. They said the ambulance and the exam room smelled for days. Alright, this one is really, really bad. Like, really bad. Do not read this if you're pregnant, your spouse is pregnant, or you are trying to get pregnant. I'm an EMT, and this is my worst story. Back when I was fairly new to running emergency calls, back when I was an EMTB, and they called them EMTBs, my partner and I got a call for a woman who was in premature labor and bleeding. We grabbed another person on scene to drive, since we wanted to concentrate on the woman. We'd do the usual things, IV, blood pressure, which was really high, strap in for transport, etc. This is where things go very, very wrong. While we're on the way to an ER, her blood pressure starts to spike even higher, and she's involuntarily pushing. Her entire uterus detaches internally and falls out. Literally. I don't know how much people know about the blood flow required for pregnancy, but when a woman is pregnant, all sorts of veins and arteries are formed attaching the fetus to the womb, and the blood flow to the womb is enormous. So we're there in the back of the bus, everything is covered in blood. Like, coated. There's a pool of blood on the floor we're splashing in. The mother is, of course, unconscious or dead. We don't even know. The only thing we could do was basically put the womb back in the woman and hold pressure until we got to the hospital. Obviously, neither the woman nor the child survived. And we literally had to remove blood from our rig for 8 hours. The entirety of our remaining shift. It even coated the ceiling. And that's my worst story. Nothing has ever topped it, and I don't think anything ever will. I'm really happy I don't have nightmares, because I know my partner did. A friend who is a field medic in the Army told me this story. While he was in training at a military hospital, they would provide free medical attention to civilians that couldn't afford it on their own. He said that a black woman in her 70s came in with what turned out to be a prolapsed rectum. But that's not the interesting part. When they went to roll her onto her side, one of the guys grabbed her arm and it just flopped freely like it was just hanging on by skin. They freaked and said, "Are you okay? Does that hurt?" She replied, "Nah, that's no big deal. I just have a bad arm." As it turns out, when she was 16 years old, she fell down and completely dislocated her shoulder. They didn't have access to medical attention, so she just lived with it like that for 50+ years. She just conceded that she would never use that arm. He said that it could have been reset very easily without surgery, if they would have taken care of it when it happened. This story makes me so sad every time I think of it. A friend of mine worked in a psych ward. On a night shift, a guy jumped from the 2nd floor, not sure how he got out, I never asked. The nurses ran out, and was surprised to find him standing on the lawn outside. He was screaming his throat out, but was still standing upright for some reason. As they got closer, they realized why. He'd snapped both his legs straight off in the fall, causing his splintered shins to impale the soil like a couple of organic javelins. My friend still shudders when referring to the blood, the creaking of the bones, and the screaming. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more videos like this. And by the way, well done for making it to the end of the video. Please share your own disturbing medical stories in the comments below. Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. Guy drilled a hole in the back of his head because he read that it gives a permanent high without any drugs. Police officers and nurses, what's the most messed up thing you have seen on the job? Homeless person with an infected foot just came in last month. Foot was red and necrotic dead tissue. Little black holes everywhere. Poured some iodine and a few maggots came out. Another nurse suggested hydrogen peroxide, that hole bubbled and 1,000s of maggots came bursting out. I can't even describe the smell. Used to work at a naval hospital. Apparently artillery marines used to have this hazing tradition called kissing the breech. Essentially, the M777, 155, howitzer artillery guns, like any gun, have a massive recoil and the new Marines would put their face as close to the recoil as possible. Apparently, this was fairly common, but honestly I never heard of it again after this. So this good-looking, 19-year-old boot actually kissed the breech. The gun recoiled and smacked him in the face. He transferred to our hospital one day after the incident and it was the worst injury I have ever seen to this day. He somehow survived being hit in the face by the recoil of a round capable of traveling 25 miles. This thing weighs 9,000 pounds and hit him in the face with literal cannon force. He makes it to hospital and I couldn't believe my eyes. He essentially had lost his entire face. No eyes, mouth, nose, chin. Nothing. A gaping hole with tubes and surgical dressings. I was part of a team responsible for stabilizing him and never heard the outcome, but I know he survived for quite some time. He may have made it back home. I hope he is still around. He had a great family around him and the hardest part was seeing his mother holding pictures of her son before the incident happened. Heartbreaking. Young girl in her 20s kidnapped and held captive for days. Every inch of her was bruised, they shaved her head and eyebrows off, burnt her. Just some seriously messed up stuff. Only found by chance. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if she wasn't. No family came to see her either. She was truly isolated and alone with no support. I think that just made it so much worse. One of my patients sneezed out his intestines. He had a hernia so severe the skin had stretched to the breaking point, so all it took was a sudden increase in abdominal pressure and bam. He had had multiple surgeries to repair the hernia in the past that all failed. He came into the hospital looking like he had swallowed a basketball. The skin around his belly was very thin and damaged, so all it took was a sneeze to rip the skin and all of his bowels came shooting out. Not a single loop of bowel, basically all of it, since he had little support in there at all to keep them in place. He survived the initial trauma, since evisceration is not as immediately fatal as it may look if the bowel is undamaged, but I think he had a very poor long-term prognosis. Was in the ER. A young girl was brought in, beaten and messed up. She was alert and oriented though, and was fighting with paramedics and ER staff about assessing her. Turns out she was only 12 or 13 years old, beaten by an uncle, and refused to say anything until her daddy showed up. Of course no one showed up, at least, when I last checked at the end of my 12-hour shift. Things that happen to children are the most messed up. I work in an operating room. Patient came in for surgery. Was using a loaded gun as a sex toy up her rectum, and it went off as she was doing the deed. Shot through her abdomen. Yeah, I see some weird stuff come through. Got a call of medical aid request, male subject and chainsaw related injury. Showed up and found a male in the middle of the street, head in one place, body in another. Chainsaw still running. Guy had found out his wife was cheating on him with his own brother, got drunk, put the chainsaw up to his throat to show them a lesson. The chainsaw teeth caught his neck and just kept going. We have a frequent flyer who repeatedly comes in because she gets glass dildos stuck up her butt. She's already had to have emergency surgery twice because they break after she puts them in. She puts them in the freezer first. We had a lady who wouldn't stop swallowing objects, literally couldn't have anything in the room that was swallowable. Had to go to the ER like 15 times for random things like toothbrush, spoon, etc. On my first clinical there was a 7-year-old kid who came to the ER on a psych call because he tried to kill his parents and grandparents. The kid was nice as hell and cried when we put an IV in. The kid was brought in by an ambulance and had no recollection of the event. We put in 4 in to give fluids because he had thrown up and was dehydrated, had to have someone in the room watching to make sure he didn't touch it though. After this, he was transferred to a psychiatric facility because the hospital I was at didn't have a ward. My best guess would be dissociative identity disorder. The kid was only in the ER for 2 hours or so. The parents were in the room with the kid, but he didn't really look at them as much as you'd expect, nor did he care when they left. Reminded me of the avoidant insecure children described in the Strange Situation Psychology experiment. I'm old, so this was a long time ago. I looked after someone who had attempted suicide on the train tracks. They survived but lost both their legs. They were suicidal before and now they are going to be living with a significant disability. Someone replied, my sister's was friends with someone that did this. Tried to kill himself by laying on the train tracks but it severed his legs. The irony is that it turned his life around afterwards. Guy convinced a friend to drill a hole in the back of his head because he read somewhere that it alters the flow of cerebrospinal fluid to give a permanent high without any drugs. Somehow worked out with no bad effects except that he and the friend just left it open for like 2 weeks and the cut edges of his scalp started rotting. I could literally see into the inside of this dude's brain through the dime-size hole he had drilled, not sure if penetrating the brain itself was intentional or not. But the goddamn shocking thing is that, except for the infection in his scalp, the guy was otherwise completely fine, told me all about what he did in a totally coherent manner and then extolled the virtues of drilling into your skull over taking drugs. So I have been a nurse for over 10 years and I have to be honest, so much of my experiences are not as gory or traumatic as so many others here and never will be. But for me, and I know that some of you might understand, the most messed up things I see and will continue to see is the horror of Alzheimer's, frontotemporal dementia, and Lewy body dementia. I tell you what, these people come in and they are polite and confused, able to fake it sometimes. Maybe their families have cared for them at home for a long time. Within hours often they realize they aren't leaving and the family is gone. The facade is over. They become mean and nasty often. Or the traumatic weight loss, the refusing to eat, the empty look in their eyes. Begging to be released from their shell of a body in their own personal hell. Unable to verbalize the pain or confusion or anything they feel. The families going through this is sad too, but what I was reminded of was when some of these folks do get sick, or break a hip, or poop themselves. The amount of people it often takes to help them and clean them up, literally have to try to hold their hands down because they do not understand what's going on no matter what. So yes, imagine a little old lady who is 90-some years old, in the shower, with 2 or 3 staff because she's swinging and pissed off, but hasn't had a shower in over a week, and starts with diarrhea. One girl gets sick. So old lady grabs the poop and starts smearing it on her, ends up standing on wet floor with other 2 gallons in there, trying to hold on to her and keep her off the floor and get her clean. throwing handfuls of poo at the girls, the doorway, and the wall. And here comes me, knocking on the door in her dress clothes as the assistant director of nursing, trying to help people, and gets poo landed at feet. This one wasn't an actual visual saw, just I was there and saw the whole thing unfold. 17-year-old was brought in for a very feeble suicide attempt. Took a few too many Advil or barely scratched her wrists the short way, something along those lines. She seems like a good kid, just depressed. Obviously in need of some help. Then her parents come in. They look fairly affluent. They start telling her how everyone gets sad and she just needs to deal with it. Doctor and mental health professional decide she needs an inpatient stay. Girl agrees she needs this. Parents refuse. They don't need their daughter sent away with the crazies. Doctor has to get an emergency custody order to have her inpatient. Parents leave throwing a fit, threatening to sue, etc. Once they're gone and the girl realizes she will be getting help, the look of relief on her face was amazing. Mental health worker comes in and talks with her about how she'll be 18 and graduating soon and to just hang in there for a few months. This was probably 3 to 4 years ago and I really hope she's doing well. I once had a patient who was suffering from an addiction to alcohol and cocaine. He had snorted so much cocaine that his entire nose was gone. The amount of nose you see on a skull was the same amount what he had left. Also, because he smoked 2 packs a day for over 30 years, his pharynx, throat, wasn't functioning properly, therefore, he had to be tube-fed. Now usually when patients are tube-fed, this is done with a probe through the nose and into his stomach. Now the probe was just loosely hanging out of his nose socket. If you would pull it a bit you could see stuff moving in the back of his head. Because of the substance abuse, this patient had significant liver failure and could not qualify for a liver transplant. Now there is a certain enzyme your liver produces which is responsible for keeping the pressure and the amount of fluids in your cells at a normal amount. Due to his liver damage, this enzyme could not be produced anymore, or at least his liver produces way too less of it. So, over the course of a couple of days he began to swell up, his legs, his belly, his arms, basically everything was full of fluid. During his stay in the hospital, he gained almost 40 pounds of excess fluids which just accumulated in his body. Because of this, his skin was stretching a lot, which caused excruciating pains for the man. Even the strongest morphine could hardly ease the pain. Fortunately for him, he died after a couple of days. That was no way to live. I was a CNA. I found an old woman floating in a couple inches of her blood in the bathroom. She slipped. Hit her head on the sink. Passed out. Got up. Slipped in her blood and hit her head on the toilet. She got up a third time and hit her head again. It straight up looked like a murder with all the blood. My coworker was telling me to check her blood pressure. I just looked at her and said the medics will be here soon. I don't want to move her. Her blood pressure is probably low. My coworker was pissed. I grabbed as many towels as I could find to help not ruin the carpet. Assisted the medics as best I could. And off she went to the hospital. She ended up living for a few more years after that before dying of old age. I've never seen that much blood before. The air had this weird iron blood taste to it. It was supremely messed up. For me, the most messed up thing that I see as a nurse are loved ones that refuse to let their sick and miserable family members pass with dignity. I know losing a loved one is hard, been there, but instead of stopping treatment, they want us to continue doing everything possible for their 90-plus-year-old grandparent. We as medical professionals know that they aren't leaving the hospital or nursing home and family are advised as such, but want us to continue full code status. This means doing CPR and breaking multiple bones when they code. I am a cop. I got to see a chunk of my left testicle hanging out after I got shot at work. Got hit with 9 buckshot pellets about the size of a marble. My left leg, quad and thigh was absolutely demolished for quite a while, but luckily only one went in my femur, and another stopped a centimeter from my femoral artery. Hell of a toss-up between death or a 10-month vacation. Glad I got the vacation even though physical therapy sucked almost as bad as getting shot. Cop here. Off the top of my head. Someone was carjacked and shot twice in the face and once in the back of his head at point-blank range. When I saw him, most of his face and a large part of the back of his head was missing. He was not recognizable at all. In my stint as an RN at the county jail, I saw a lot of patients who had either not had the resources or desire to seek out health care. One case that really stuck out to me was a middle-aged male who was being booked and had a bandage wrapped around his ankle. It looked pretty soiled, so a bandage change was offered and accepted. This man had a host of maggots that had made their home inside his ankle that fell out as soon as the old bandage was removed. The clinical term for this is myiasis. I also learned that these maggots had actually been doing him a service and had actively been keeping his wound clean by eating necrotic tissue. I'm an X-ray tech. Had to X-ray a guy's penis because he stuck little magnetic balls up his urethra. Surprise, surprise, when he tried to take the string of them out they disconnected and got stuck. I'm a labor and delivery obstetrics nurse. The most horrifying thing I've witnessed is the birth of a deformed/mutated stillborn. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. Gelatinous, balloon-like, oozy. The image is burned in my brain. The mom knew the baby wouldn't look normal and asked for it to be taken away immediately and did not want to see it. I don't blame her. I wish I hadn't. Someone replied, "This is horrifying but probably not uncommon. I, myself have had a stillborn. We estimate she was past 4 days before my body put itself into labor, which I was in for 2 days, and when she was born bright red with her skin peeling below her chest. The way the doctor described it was that my body was breaking her down trying to get rid of her for about 6 days before she was born." Detention. Walked up to a cell for count and there was nothing but blood and poop everywhere, and the smell. Backed away, in case he was planning on throwing it, but he was very chill. Called for medical and backup and asked him what was up. He said his penis was the devil and it needed to be removed, and then pointed to the toilet. Got him out and off to medical and yup, penis in the toilet. He was not in there for a sex offense and had no history of it, but clearly mental health issues were in play. I'll start with a warning that this could trigger some people who've lost a loved one. I'm a dad who investigates fatal collisions. Most of us get used to the gore itself, it's the families that hit us the hardest in the feels. At one particular crash, the family showed up to the scene and wanted to see their son's dead body at his final resting position. I feel strongly that once safety, investigative and evidentiary issues are taken care of, then even at the scene the family should absolutely have access to their loved one, no matter how strange it might seem to those on the outside of the family's imploding world, within reason of course. I once refused to let a family see their headless daughter, for example. In this case, when I ultimately let the family go to their son on the grass, they held him in their arms and began rubbing his blood all over themselves, naturally in hysterics. Contrary to the post title, I don't actually consider this messed up, because very few of us know how we would react to something like this. I can almost guarantee that if one of my kids got smoked by a car, I'd be cradling his or her body in my arms and doing him or her the honor of loading them into the hearse myself and following him or her to the morgue. In another case, I picked up pieces and pieces of a woman's body and then spoke with and helped her husband over the following few weeks. He talked about how he regretted caring about all the small stupid things that annoyed him or that came up as issues between them, when in retrospect none of those small things actually mattered. Then he killed himself a few days after our last conversation. Lots of other things like that. Not as conventionally messed up as some of the other great examples, but that's my own experience. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS, subscribe and like if you found this video interesting. And please treat nurses, doctors and cops with respect. These people are the heroes of our society and deserve much more recognition. Please share your own stories in the comments below. Warning, this content may be upsetting or disturbing to some audiences. I've killed 2 men. They tried to rob me with a knife. What's a secret you will take to the grave but don't mind telling on the internet? My father burned down my childhood home for the insurance money. He took me along as his alibi, so I could verify he wasn't anywhere near it when it happened. I was 13 years old. I remember crying so hard knowing my clothes, books, photos, all of it would be destroyed. I wasn't allowed to save anything because he told me it would have been too suspicious. I found out years later he blamed it on me. Telling the fire chief, plus friends and family, the fire had started because I must have been secretly smoking in my bedroom. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. That my dad paid my mom $1,500 for full custody of my youngest sibling. Not only would this be a massive blow to my sibling, but my dad remarried quite quickly and the new wife is the very definition of an evil stepmom. If my sibling knew that our mom gave her up for such a small sum of money and the trade-off was 5+ years of abuse, she would be destroyed. When I was an awkward tween, my brothers and I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house. We had been raised by my grandparents since we were little kids, and even after my dad remarried, he and my stepmom both worked graveyard shift, so we would spend the night at my grandparents' house while my parents were at work. One day, my grandmother informed me that it was my grandfather's birthday and suggested that I wish him a happy birthday. He was downstairs in the living room sitting on the sofa, and I went up to him and gave him a big hug around the neck and said, "Happy birthday, Grandpa." It was kind of difficult to hug a person sitting down, so I ended up kneeling on the sofa between his legs rather than trying to hug him from a standing position. He was quite happy and gave me a hug back. When I pulled back from the hug, he held me in his arms and gave me a big smile. And then he put his tongue in my mouth. Sometimes when I was a little kid we would kiss other family members on the mouth, but those were chaste pecks on the lips. I could tell immediately that this was different. His tongue was on my teeth. It lasted only for a moment and I was grossed out and confused when I pulled away. At that moment my grandmother walked into the living room. I turned my head to look at her. My hands were still on my grandpa's shoulders. She seemed really happy that I had wished my grandfather a happy birthday like a good little kid. I gave him a final quick hug and scrambled out of the room. For the rest of my tween and teen years, I was always careful not to be alone in the same room with my grandfather. He passed away during my 20s, a good decade ahead of his time due to lifestyle-induced health issues, and my family chose me to speak at his funeral. I had really complicated feelings about it because I did love him. My grandma and grandpa raised me, after all. Also, my grandfather was the rock of the family, and after he passed away, the three branches, my dad and our family, plus his siblings and their families, gradually grew apart, and nothing was ever the same between us again. We don't even spend Christmas all together anymore. I've never told anyone in my family about it because I couldn't break my grandmother's heart. She's survived her husband 10 years and still talks to and about him every day and visits his grave multiple times a week. I was raped with an implement in the youth room of my childhood church by my two best friends at the time. We were basically alone in the building at the time. One did it, and the other held me down. They thought it was a joke or funny, even once I started screaming. One of them had a moment of clarity and I suppose realized that what they were doing was wrong, and made the other person stop, and they sat there with me for a few minutes until I'd calmed down. Once I regained myself enough to stand, I racked one of them between the legs with a pool cue. Their parents were waiting in the parking lot, and they were going to call the cops on me until my friend confessed what they'd done to their parents. I was pressured into silence by the pastor at the parents' behest. I've told people, so I guess it's not technically a secret, but nobody's believed me because I'm a big guy, and always have been. The last person I tried to talk to about it actually smacked me in the face, so I guess I'll be dying with this one. You know those stories about girls in the 70s who went to live with an aunt for a year during high school? I did that. In 2008. I was a very naive teenager with irregular periods, and my friend thought it would be absolutely hilarious to buy those cheap pregnancy tests at Walmart and see what happened. We laughed the whole time, until one of them was positive. We couldn't remember which was which, so we got two more and turns out it was mine. That was when it dawned on me that I had had sex. My school did not offer any kind of sex education, and my parents were useless in that regard. I panicked and swore my friend to secrecy. I basically put it out of my mind until my clothes didn't fit anymore. I was always close with my older cousin, and we were talking on the phone one night when she asked how school was going, and I just dumped all of it on her. She came up with the perfect plan. It was already April, and when I'd finally gotten the courage to go to Planned Parenthood, they told me I was due in August. So my cousin called my mom saying there was this amazing summer music program in her town that I just had to attend, and that I could stay with her the whole time. My mom thought it was great, and the day after school ended I got on a plane to San Francisco. I stayed with my cousin, she went to all of my appointments with me, and she helped me find a social worker and eventually my daughter's parents. When I arrived back home before my junior year of high school started, my mom asked me how my summer was without really caring, and then remarked that I must have lost a few pounds. My cousin died in 2012 in a car accident, and no one else knew apart from that one friend, the doctors I saw in Oakland, and the people involved in the adoption. I get a photo and a letter about the child once a year, and I send money for her college and a card for her birthday every year. When she turns 16, her parents are allowed to give her the cards if she wants them, but they are not permitted to pass any contact information along. I have no interest in meeting her or getting to know her personally. I know she's safe and comfortable, and that's all I want. I will die before I tell anyone about her, and if my friend were to spill the beans I would deny it. I attempted to murder my mother. She was abusive, verbally but also physically. She'd hit you in places no one would see, or rip clumps of my hair out when Dad was on the road for work. She probably has a personality disorder. She got in my face one night when I was coming home from my second job, and I had it. My mom went through whole periods where she wouldn't work. I was killing myself every summer working 50+ hours to pay family bills in my parents' names and also get my younger sister to all of her activities. I had it. I tried to put Mom's head through a wall. She started screaming, "Oh, help, help." And I told her she could dish it out, she should also be able to take it, shoved her on the ground and kicked her repeatedly in the abdomen and thigh. While still trying to put her head through the wall with one hand. It's a plaster and lat situation, old house in New England. I really messed her up, and it felt good to do so. She's destroyed so many people's lives and she never faces any consequences for it. No one in our family ever helped me or called the police when she would abuse me. The only one who ever helped was the dog. If the dog was awake when my mom tried to start something, she'd get between us, growl at Mom until she backed down. I had always shown restraint and never hit her until this night. But my dad did call the cops on me when I crossed that line. The cops get there, split us up to interview. I explained my side and then just blurt out, "Where were you buttholes when I was 8 and she was doing that to me?" The cop was taken aback. I think he could tell I was being honest and it was a culmination of years of pain. He goes and talks to his partner. "I think this isn't an assault, I think it's a mental illness thing." Then they basically intimidated my mom and dad into agreeing with them. They wouldn't let it go until they agreed it was a medical issue, not a criminal one. So they called an ambulance and I went to the hospital as part of a diversion program. Basically, they sent me to detox for 3 days and I emerged with no record, no charges, no nothing except a script for Prozac and a recommendation for therapy, paid for by the state low-income insurance plan. Trying to kill my mom probably saved my life, honestly. Because I got myself some tools from a CBT therapist, but I'm not stupid enough to want people to know. Who would date me? How would I ever get promoted at work? Anyway, be kind. You never know what someone's been through and you never know what people are capable of when pushed far enough. I'm a guy. When I was around 9 to 10 I had a friend, also guy, who pushed me up against the wall and started jacking me off. He started doing this frequently and made me masturbate in front of him with one of my parents' personal massagers. I tried to tell on him one time but went back on it really quickly. I think my mom knew what was going on though. Felt a bit like Stockholm because he was one of my only friends back then and I was really scared and confused. Then another friend started dry humping me at a sleepover one time. Being sexualized so early on in life really messed me up. I had a sweet, wonderful student who had been in foster care but his mom worked her butt off to get him back and she did. He had to take a very important state exam. She called me and asked if he passed it. I looked at the grades and saw he did and said so. She burst into tears of joy and that is when I saw I had read the wrong score. He had failed. So I changed his grade to passing. No one knew. That was the only time I ever did that. That could have cost me my license. The weird thing is, when my awful corrupt principal pressured me to change other students' scores so we could raise our pass rate, I refused. I never told anyone what I did for my student. He went into the military, was extremely successful there, has a great wife and kids, so I think I did the right thing. F those tests. They aren't human. My cousin fucked a stripper during his bachelor party. Hours earlier, we randomly ran into his fiancée and her friends and she made a huge deal about him hitting a strip club, specifically because of this. He comes out of the champagne room and told me I think I just had sex with her. Only 3 people know this. Me, him, the stripper. So I'm never going to tell her and I'm never going to bring it up to him ever. He's actually a good guy that unintentionally did a bad thing. He thought he was going to get a lap dance but she veered him left to the champagne room. Granted, he could have walked out at any moment but alcohol was also at play. He found guilty afterwards and we were 16 hours away from the wedding ceremony. I wasn't going to make him feel guilty about it and ruin the wedding for them both. I think there's definitely a difference between having an affair and having a stripper ride your genital for 30 seconds. I lost my virginity at age 27 with a woman who was 58. She is a sweet lady who knew my mother and felt bad for me. It was pity sex but I didn't care. I continued having sex with her for another 2 months until she ended it because I had grown sexually dependent on her. I'm 29 now and she's still the only woman I've had sex with. On the bright side, it will be easy to take this secret to the grave since I know I'm gonna die alone. I've killed 2 men. They tried to rob me with a knife, but I always carried a Mora knife and I stabbed first. After I stabbed the first guy in the gut, the other guy pushed me against the wall and tried to hit me, but I managed to get him in under the ribcage. It was all over the local newspaper and I still have nightmares. I never notified the police, I just ran for it. I still have the knife though because I feel like I'm not allowed to throw it away after that. Boobs stopped me from killing myself. No, really. I was suicidal in college and had made up my mind that I was going to overdose later in the week. While on my way to pick up the prescription that I would use for the deed, I ran into a friend from last year and I added her on Snapchat so that we could keep in touch. She ended up snapping me about 30 minutes later and the first message she sent were her boobies. Let me tell you, they were some grade A boobies too. Obviously she wanted to smash. Over the next few days we went back and forth about finding an opportunity to get frisky. Mind you, we were both on campus and went to a Christian school, so we couldn't just walk into each other's room. Basically it ended up dragging out for a week. We never ended up smashing, but during the next week a spot opened up for me at the school counseling center, and I was admitted to a hospital when the counselor quickly realized I was suicidal. Boobies saved my life. I've had sex with at least 30 hookers. I lost my virginity to a hooker when I was 22. From 22 to about 28 I had one hooker every 6 months or so. When I was 36 I moved to San Diego and went across the border to Tijuana every 2 weeks and had sex with 2 to 3 every trip. Right before I left San Diego I had a male-female threesome, something that was a fantasy of mine basically forever. It was an amazing experience, though I wish I had more time and there were less rules. That was in December 2017 and I haven't had sex since. Not for a lack of trying. I almost made a trip to San Diego last month but decided against it at the last minute. I'm still wishing I went. That when I was 15 I tried to hang myself in my room. I was being bullied pretty bad, had no self-esteem, just got broken up with. I used my school tie over a curtain rail. When I jumped down, the curtain rail snapped and I landed on the floor. I looked up and kinda laughed at the situation. Things got better. I am now nearly 30. Have a beautiful wife, an amazing 5-year-old and a job I love. If you ever feel like there is no way out, then seek help. It can always get better. I have never told anyone this and am finding it very hard to hit the post button. But here goes. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more videos. Click the left box for the newest upload and the right box for the related playlist. And let us know in the comments what you think about these stories. My husband only wipes after certain types of shits. 10 sad and disturbing confessions of Reddit. I have never told this to anyone, but I have trichotillomania. For the past 15 years I've pulled out my eyelashes. I haven't had a single eyelash in over a decade. I can't control it and I desperately wish I could stop. The first time I stopped for 2 weeks, and has barely any growth. But today I relapsed after the anxiety of having a stomach flu. I don't have a single eyelash anymore and I feel so upset and disappointed at losing the progress I was making. I'm so sad about it. I wish I could stop. I don't have medical insurance to see a doctor and I don't want to see a therapist. I've tried things to make me stop but nothing has helped. I always find a way to do it even when my mind doesn't want me to. I needed to get this off my chest because I'm embarrassed and disappointed in myself. I wish I knew how to stop this. I pay people to hang out with me. After my husband passed away in August of 2018 I had literally no one in my life and it has remained that way since. I've gone out to bars, clubs, all the places. I haven't been able to meet people, make friends, anything. I spend almost every night at home alone drinking myself to sleep and trying to think I'm not as lonely as I am, and really trying to not make embarrassing social media posts. I started getting on apps and looking for hustlers, prostitutes, massage artists, and then I hire them. Usually I pay them for an hour or two and we will go to dinner, or sit around and play video games, or just talk. Physical contact is never involved. I've met a lot of interesting people at least. That's what my life is. I work, and I pay people to be my friend for a couple of hours, and I drink myself to sleep more nights than not. I beat the crap out of an elderly cab driver. A couple of years ago, when I was 24, while I was in Egypt I got a cab home. The driver was on the higher end of 40. I was looking at my phone when he swirled, taking a sharp left and then drove straight again. I thought there was a pothole or something so I ignored it. A minute later, same thing. Now I started paying attention. I looked at the road and apparently he was trying to hit the street cats. He swirled again and this time the car made a little jump. I heard a screeching noise and the cab driver started laughing. I told him to stop for a minute, very calmly got out and looked back. Yes, there it was, a half-squished dying cat. I went back to the cab, this time to the driver's side. I didn't say a word. Just opened the door, pulled out the driver and proceeded to beat him like a maniac. He was already bleeding everywhere when finally some pedestrians pulled me of him. I managed to get a final kick out before I got dragged away. Since I speak the language, I was able to tell them what happened and they told me to get away fast before the police came. To this day I don't regret what I did, but I never told anyone. I'm a rape baby. My mom was raped by the son of an elderly patient she worked for as a nurse. He was 40, she was 25. She got pregnant with me as a result of it. She couldn't bring herself to abort me and was also holding out hope I was her boyfriend's, my stepdad. She had been with my dad for 7 years at that point and didn't have the heart to tell him until I was 3, when the rapist's continual blackmail and threats for sex became all too much. He believed her and supported my mom 100%. However, he admitted realizing his firstborn son wasn't even his was really tough for him to handle, but he couldn't just discard a 3-year-old boy that he loved. The rapist wanted weekend visitation rights in court as a way to keep seeing my mom after she broke his 6 sex games off. My parents went almost £20,000 in debt trying to keep me away from him. A DNA test was done that proved I was his, and there wasn't enough evidence to charge him with rape, despite him being a known creep in our town. It all concluded when I was about 5, when my parents blocked him from gaining parental rights and I was then raised as if nothing happened. I don't remember any of it. My biological father found me about a month ago after I turned 19 and came into my work. He told me I was his son, showed me my corrected, post-DNA test, birth certificate with his name on and pictures of me as a child. He called my mom a horrible person who accused him of untrue things and begged me to visit him, before leaving. He never asked me about how my life was going or what sort of person I was, he just seemed fixated on trash-talking my parents. The man is now 60 and still lives at home with his mom, who is almost 90. I hate it. My dad told me everything after I came home from work and I have never seen him more defeated and broken. He told me my mom was scarred by the events and used to cry every night for years and take scalding hot showers to try and cleanse herself. I hate the fact I am related to this man. I think about it all the time. I honestly wish I could go back to not knowing. Sometimes I wish I was just aborted. I hate how I look like him, and I am scared I will become like him in the future. No one else knows apart from my parents, not even my siblings or grandparents. I used to bully a kid in middle school. Just discovered this subreddit and needed to confess this. I don't know why I did it. I guess I was just overall more of an angry person back then. I regret this the most in my life. I always think back and ask myself why. Can't really ever seem to forgive myself. I had seen him around twice this year and we are on decent terms now. I just hate myself for doing that to him. I have his contact and have been wanting to treat him to a meal and catch up or something. But part of me still feels guilty. I thought typing this would be therapeutic but it didn't really work. I hit my girlfriend back today. My girlfriend, now ex, started an argument with me. She started kicking and hitting me. I took this, but once she knocked off my glasses I punched her in the stomach to try and get her away from me. It was an instinct reaction and it was an overreaction in general. My husband only wipes after certain types of and doesn't wash his hands. Like ever. Then Pops sits and wipes it on his clothes. Picks his nose and eats it. Doesn't shower for days. Doesn't brush his teeth except for maybe the days that he showers. We have a 13-month-old, and there are constantly dirty diapers on the floor. My 10-year-old is actively confused about why an adult doesn't understand that this isn't okay. I gave up sharing a bathroom long ago. His gaming area reminds me of flop houses I've been to. And it's like every room he has been in has been visited by a vengeful toddler. When I bring these things up to him, he actively ignores me, pretends he isn't doing it as I watch him, or acts like I'm a stuck-up priss that is making a big deal out of nothing. I don't want to touch him, I don't want to kiss him, and I don't want him to touch me. Some background info: he has Asperger's and ADHD, which he just started taking meds for. I thought that would help with some of the household tidiness stuff. Amphetamines usually have that effect on people. But it hasn't. I don't know anything about what is normal for people that are on the spectrum because from what everyone tells me, it varies significantly from person to person. This is literally the only problem I have with him, because he is the most wonderful, kind, and loving person in every other capacity. But it's gross, confusing for the children, and makes me feel completely alienated in my marriage and my home. And I'm not going to clean up after a grown-up man, because he is clearly intellectually capable of understanding what it takes to get by in life. He works for a major industrial company and made over $75K last year. Obviously I can't talk about it with people I know, and frankly I don't even think I could address these things in therapy because it makes me feel so incredibly uncomfortable. But I'm at the point where I want to leave because he's too gross to live with. I once was homeless living out of my car with my son. It was the hardest time of my life. There was days where I wouldn't eat and could only provide one hot meal for my son. I would steal diapers and food from stores and ask people for money. I would meet people and tell them my situation and some would let us stay a night or two in their home, which was nerve-wracking and very dangerous. After about 2 months the police had caught on to me, and for a big city of upwards 1.5 million people they all knew me. I got pulled over 6 times in a 4-day period. Eventually going to a homeless shelter and finding out what I already knew, that wasn't any better health-wise. By the 3rd day, we both had food poisoning, bed bugs, and toys and clothing stolen from us. I lasted 5 days there and was able to get funds to drive the rest of the way to our destination with family. My son and I have a bond like no other, and I'm so blessed to have his love and comfort in me. My younger brother is severely disabled, and I hate him. My brother is 2 years younger than me, and my only sibling. He's severely and profoundly disabled, and has been his entire life. We'll call him Chris. Chris was born with a host of medical conditions that have required numerous surgeries and hospitalizations throughout his life. He's got a shunt to drain fluid out of his head, a feeding tube that provides all of his water and nutrition, a trot so he can breathe, and more. He doesn't walk, talk, or take care of himself in any way, and will never be able to. His condition is so unique that he hasn't been given a specific, overarching diagnosis. My parents were happily married before he was born. They split up shortly afterwards. I remember once my father told me how he learned to eat so fast, because at any time he'd have to be up to take care of Chris and wouldn't get to sit down for hours later. We had the fire department and EMS in our house a lot. I spent a lot of my early childhood in ERs and hospital waiting rooms. I still do, ironically enough, now that I work as a paramedic. After my parents split up I lived with my mom full-time. We moved around a lot and were pretty poor. I went to more than a dozen different schools. Chris has Medicaid, but not everything gets covered appropriately, so we bled a lot of cash out of pocket for incidentals like diapers and formula. To this day I hate having to receive gifts and have a huge guilt complex about money. Medicaid provided in-home nursing care, but my mother was so picky she'd fire most of the aides we got within days. We had a constant revolving door of strangers in the house. Sometimes they'd get pissed and steal stuff. I never really had friends over. It was always embarrassing for me, and I know our situation made other people uncomfortable, even if they wouldn't admit it. Our house always had that lingering hospital smell to it, and Chris's dirty diapers could make it overwhelming. He also plays with baby toys and makes a lot of noise, especially as he's gotten older and stronger and is able to bang around more. While he can't talk, he still grunts and screams loudly. Often the noise would be cacophonous. As I got older I started to resent Chris more and more for his behavior and the consequences of his existence. My mother would constantly force me to give him attention and affection, and have me babysit often while she ran errands. I'd get called selfish a lot for spending time away by myself. I had to repress a lot of frustration because while other kids are allowed to be upset with their typically developing siblings, special needs kids are eternally exempt from any and all criticism. Once at a family gathering I opened my mouth about how noisy our house was and was given a 20-minute lecture by a complete stranger about how I had to be a perfect angel because I shouldn't make life any harder for my family. When I was 10 or so my mother made me promise to take care of Chris once she wasn't able to anymore. I don't have social media because I hate having to suffer through the super-duper parent of a special needs kid TM circle jerk. I'm in my 20s now and moved out, working full-time and in a very healthy long-term relationship. But I still have a lot of problems being honest about my feelings and being open. I don't have a lot of friends or socialize much because I honestly never really learned how. I think a lot about how life would have been different if my parents had stayed together, if we hadn't been poor and underfed, if I'd stayed at the same school for all 12 grades, or how much good the millions, literally, of dollars could have done if used to help people who could actually contribute to society. I wish Chris had never been born. I think the world would have been a better place without him taking up space in it. I'm a necrophile. As in clinically has a paraphilia. I've been this way for about as long as I've been sexual, fairly standard development, all things considered, and while I've felt guilty about it in the past, I just don't have it in me to feel guilty anymore. Attempts I've made at suppressing it has just led to it coming back stronger, whereas accepting it as a part of me has led to a sense of peace. Not totally, but still. On that note, I'm not dangerous, either. I don't have any desire to murder anyone, nor do I have any desire to go grave robbing. Even in situations in which I would have appropriate and legal access to a corpse, I feel too guilty already at the mere thought of dishonoring someone's body to do anything. While I personally see the body as an object, more of a vessel than anything, I realize that not everybody does, and I do my best to respect that. It isn't strictly sexual, either. Soft, romantic thoughts greatly outnumber anything explicit, and that hasn't changed over time. Death feels sacred, and I feel close to it. I enjoy the idea of honoring someone in such an intimate way after they've passed. It feels like home to me. It is a private part of my life, not something I really talk about at all. I function well in society, and I am in a committed relationship with someone who loves me dearly, and I feel the same. They're aware of my paraphilia and it doesn't bother them. Anyway, that's it. I'm a necrophile. I've been this way forever. I'm not dangerous, nor will I ever be, and I'm slowly trying to accept it as a part of who I am. I'll answer respectful questions if anyone has any, but otherwise I just wanted to talk about this somewhere and move on. Thanks for listening to Radio TTS. Hit the subscribe button and activate the notification bell for more videos about wiping properly. Click the right box for the Confessions playlist. Let us know in the comments what you think about these confessions. This is the story of how I killed my wife. 10 sad and disturbing confessions of Reddit. I broke somebody's spinal cord and now he is paralyzed for life. When I was 12, there was this boy in my classroom who loved gymnastics I used to pick on sometimes. Me and my friends called him girly and stuff. On a day in gym class, he was doing some kind of gymnastic twirl. I do not know how this is called in English, but it is like a complicated gymnastic pose. When I decided to push his back with my foot in order to make him fall, he fell down to the ground heavily and broke his spinal cord, which most likely will have him paralyzed for his entire life. I was not sentenced in any way due to the fact that it was considered an accident, and because of my young age, law might be different in my country than in the US. I just got changed to another school. I have tried to reach him and his family several times, but they do not want anything to do with me, of course. He was a boy with dreams and talent in gymnastics and I have forever ruined his life. I have been depressed since. I wish I could swap places with him because he does not deserve that. Almost 3 years have passed and it feels like a never-ending nightmare. Somebody will not be able to live his life properly because I am a jerk. No one wants to be near me since then. I look forward to start an anti-bullying campaign in the future, but nothing will ever be enough because the boy will always be in a wheelchair no matter how much I try to redeem myself. I lied to my parents about going to college and have wasted $43,000. I haven't graduated yet. When I was in 10th grade, I already had started thinking that I would never go to college because I absolutely couldn't stand going to school any longer than I had to. I had never imagined they would force me to go even when I explicitly told them I didn't want to. I couldn't find a way to convince them to just let me figure things out myself, and I was never a confrontational person and I still don't have the will to cut them off, so I decided to live a life for 4 years. I am currently in my 3rd year right now and I feel like there is just a doomsday counter hanging over me, and it's slowly ticking down the days until graduation, where they will finally discover the unforgivable thing I'm doing. They've been sending me money in to cover tuition and living expenses, and over the years I did the math and the total sum is $43,000. I feel like my world will come to an end in the next 18 months. What's worse is that I have absolutely no way to escape this without exposing myself. Honestly, I don't even know how they haven't figured out yet. I have been bullying my special needs brother. My brother is severely autistic. He is 1 year younger than me. I grew up really jealous of him. He got all of my parents' attention and his achievements were recognized more than mine. I hated him a lot. One day when I was 14, I just blew up in anger. I had gotten a bad mark in an exam, and my parents got mad with me. Meanwhile, my brother hardly passed his exams, but he was always awarded for his effort. That day, he said something that pissed me off and I just started to hit him, like really hard. I broke his nose. It was a bloody mess. A bad time for everyone came after that, which resulted in me in a juvie. They are not called that in my country, being treated for my anger problems. I had a lot of problems there. It was not a good place at all, and it made the relationship with my parents even worse. Let's say that being there messed me up badly. I stayed there for 2 years. I have recently came back from juvie. It's been 2 months out now, and I hate my brother more than anything. I feel like he is the reason of all my problems. I know he is not. I know he is just a child and that my problems are only mine and that I put myself into that situation, but I cannot stop hating him. I have always been a monster to him and I feel bad about that, but I just hate him. The worst part is that he is really sweet. He loves me. Gosh, he loves me and I can't even see him without wanting to punch his face. I still go to therapy, but I cannot tell my psychologist about this. She tells everything to my parents, and if they found that I still hate my brother, they would be scared that I might hurt him again and put me back in juvie or worse again. I'm such a messed up person, you see. I know I am the one who did bad, but I cannot stop blaming everyone around me for my mistakes, especially my brother. I am a monster. I am trying to kick my adoptive son out of my house. For context, I do not live in the USA. Me and my wife decided to give a teenager boy, 15 years old, a chance to stay in our house. I believe the American term is foster home? 3 months ago. They told us that he, let's call him Will, was a little problematic. He has a horrible background. His biological family was abusive and he has been in several minor facilities for criminal activities, but nothing truly serious. For the record, we also have a biological son, 14 years old. I thought Will would be a little troubled, but he is a nightmare. He is full of anger. He shouts all day. He is threatening me and my younger son all day long. I am afraid that he will hurt us. He is really violent. However, he is the sweetest with my wife. He is really polite and nice to her and really enjoys her company. He loves her, in a maternal way. I do not understand this behavior. I am really afraid of Will. I feel he puts my other son in danger. Nevertheless, he is just a kid. He has had a horrible life and he is truly depressed. He goes to therapy but he does not want to collaborate. I really want to give up. I know there is good in him because he is lovely with my wife, but I don't know what to do. The minor center did not tell us about this violent behavior and I feel I am not ready to deal with this. I can't tell this to my wife, because Will only acts violently when she is not around, and she has a bond with him. She would be hurt if I told her that I think Will should not be here anymore. Yesterday, I got angry with Will for breaking up some glasses, out of anger, and told him that I did not want him in my house anymore. He really freaked out and got seriously depressed and auto-destructive. I seriously believe I make mistake after mistake. I was the bully in primary school and now I am the bullied one. I used to bully a group of special needs kids. At first I would just mimic them with my friends, but I ended up hitting some of them and telling them really mean things. I was having really big problems at home, but that is not an excuse for everything I did, which I regret, of course. I told a kid once that he was useless and suggested that his parents did not love him because he was stupid and a problem for everybody. He cried all day long. I told a little girl that her face was so ugly that it made me want to puke. I told this autistic boy that he was weird and creepy and that he would never make friends or have a normal life. I told several kids that it was their fault being special for being born that way. I told them they should not have been born. This will haunt me forever. I moved to another city before starting middle school. I was the new guy and everyone started picking up on me because of the way I looked, specifically a scar on my face. I used to be this cool kid jerk before and now I'm the loser of the classroom. I totally deserve what I got, karma, but I cannot stop feeling bad. This has really affected my self-esteem, but what I am going through is nothing compared to what I did to those kids. I should not feel bad about myself cause I'm getting what I deserve. I probably deserve even more, but I just don't know anymore. Sorry. I'm 15 for the record. I feel like an absolute failure of a father because my 16-year-old son attempted suicide. Not attempted suicide like taking a few Tylenols and calling 911 or parking at a safe distance from a bridge and call 911. He tried slitting his wrists and thankfully it didn't work. I wasn't sure how serious it was until I saw the deep gashes on his wrists. He was truly trying to kill himself. He planned it out for months. He wanted to do it during the holiday break, so kids at his school would forget about him quicker. I had to basically baby-proof the house before they would release him. I guess anyone could commit or attempt suicide and there were always signs. What's even more scary is that these professionals have nothing to offer except encourage him to talk about his problems and work with him on a safety plan. This kid tried killing himself. This wasn't for attention. Like anyone so driven to kill themselves that they would cut open their wrists is going to care about a suicide contract? I got caught taking pictures of me butt spreading by my roommate. I really don't know how many I took before I noticed him in the doorway. Even worse is that I spread it really widely while posing and stuff. Tongue out and everything. We stared at each other for a super long time in complete silence before he slowly left while I was in a pose trembling and shaking badly and also stunned. I have still yet to leave the room and I don't think I wanna. Next time I should lock the door. I didn't want to cause any awkward situations. I didn't want to alarm him or anything, and I feel a mixed flurry of emotions right now. I grew up in an abusive family, thought I was a virgin but was not. I had an abusive and toxic family growing up, as early as I can remember. My dad and grandma were more physically abusive than my mom. My aunts and uncles were more verbally and mentally abusive. If you're curious, the extent of the physical abuse was anything from bashing head against the wall to jaw deformity. An example of the emotional and verbal abuse where the family motto was, "Don't turn out/grow up like her," talking to cousins and my brother, exemplifying the isolation mentality. The only thing I had going for me was my virginity because they couldn't take that away from me. Fast forward 18 years and I realized that my dad did. So, technically, I had nothing. I'm glad that I didn't know this growing up, but I'm also glad that this stuff kind of happened to me because if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have the work ethic to be able to make six figures with my master's on the way, in my mid-20s. I ruined someone's life. They had it coming. Buckle up, it's a bumpy ride. So I hooked up with this girl at work a few times and for the first few times, it wasn't too bad. The problem came around the end of the month when she started saying some flat-out racist stuff in post-coitus cuddles. I guess she felt I was safe or something. I mean straight up calling coworkers the N-word, referring to other women as C-word, and still others as beaners. I had no idea this was a racist term but her usage prompted me to Google it. I was horrified. I played it cool and after she left I had to shower. Just gross. Anyway, I kept making excuses and eventually she found a new friends with benefits. Her job was the departmental receptionist and after those comments I started noticing subtle ways she actually was racist. People would turn in applications, yes, paper applications in 2017, and depending on their ethnicity she would just throw them away. Due to her position she would control who was privy to what was supposed to be department-wide information such as overtime, effectively locking people out economically. I decided this BS needed to stop. A few people have had their families ruined because of her bullshit. One person for sure kept missing production start times because she wouldn't communicate this out and he eventually was fired. I work in IT and decided to see if she was dumb enough to leave traces. She was. She found another a-hole and they would communicate via the company Skype and the logs were, well, interesting. I sent these out company-wide through her account and she was fired. I mean calling people by name horrible things. She, to this day, has no idea how they were sent out and thinks her PC had a virus. But I wasn't done. She eventually got a job with a financial services company, as a receptionist which is all she's good for. I signed her account up for so much porn she ended up losing that job. Can't be working in an ultra-conservative banking industry with your inbox flooded with porn, can we? How did I know all this? Well, she came crying to me when she lost her initial job. Everyone else bailed on her racist butt and I decided to lend an ear and she kept in touch with me after she packed her stuff up and left, which is how I found out about her new job. Second job later she's working for some tech company and, surprise, she used to be a webcam girl. Cue leaking these details and she ended up losing that job too. It was about this time that her car failed and she couldn't afford to replace it so now she's mooching off her new boyfriend. I made a few phone calls and mentioned where they could find her because, hey, she owes several thousand in credit card debt, defunct auto loan and other such nonsense. They have all her personal information. Phone number, address and since I used to work with her and I work in IT and can just look it up, her social security number and bank account and routing numbers also. They drained her bank account. Initiated leaking nudes of her to her new boyfriend. She has several tattoos she got since she got with him, he's a tattoo artist. And with a handy skill with Photoshop, Facebook photos showing them off, and combined with digital compression to reduce the resolution, it made the edits impossible to tell. Her nudes appeared to have been taken while she was with him. He threw her out and she came crying to me. No job, no car, no place to live. She was going on about how she didn't want to spend a night cramped up with N-word, fags and wall hoppers at the shelter. I told her my girlfriend wouldn't be okay with it and she eventually understood. Last I heard she turned back to being a chem girl, but she hasn't contacted me in a while. Sometimes I feel bad for it, but then I think back to all the hopefuls that turned in applications which she promptly threw away and I get over it quick. The men and women she failed to notify about altered start times because they were homosexual, and the racist crap she said about good decent people makes me sick. Biggest regret I have is not finding out sooner and actually depositing a load in that dumpster fire. Gross. How I killed my wife. It's been 4 years since my wife died and I feel it's about time to post this. I should put a little background on my wife's mental health. She suffered from bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder as well as depression. She was on several meds. 4 years ago my wife of 11 years and I were buying our first house. She begged the owner and I for a year until we finally came to an agreement and bought the house. On December 22nd we signed the papers and started.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Happy